Hello and welcome. It's the ASUS Apex Racing League Endurance Championship, and what a season it has been. Alongside me, well, I started the season with Simpson. I'm finishing with Fitzpatrick. Sam Fitzpatrick joins me. Sam, we've got so much to cover. It's such a packed pre-show this evening. I mean, season finale, Road Atlanta. We've covered just over 70,000 miles between all of our drivers so far this season, just to put that in some sort of perspective. And tonight we finish with the shortest round of them all, shortest circuit even.
Yeah, we're not going to add quite as many of those miles as we did at Le Mans and Monza, which was super high-speed circuit. This is pretty quick as well, but it is a fantastic host for our final round of the championship. But first, before we go into that, shall we have a look at what happened 3 weeks ago at Road America?
Yes, let's have a look.
Still people there? I don't know. Oh, hold on. Oh, yeah, there is. There was. Oh, dear, car's having to come to a complete stop on it.
Yeah, I guess one thing we're trying to say to guys, it doesn't automatically move the wreckage.
He saw a driver throwing the needle at the first race of the season in Spa, and I got a recollection of that, and oh boy, that was close. It looked like he was going to hold on to it, but tough for him that he still gets caught up in that crash. We're getting more replays here, just the incidents that you see at very narrow sections of a race.
Two corners left.
Yeah, there should be.
And now one corner left. It's all about the exit out of here. What can Green do? Has he got the better exit?
Okay, well, if we just go after that,
he's going to get the slipstream for the championship. Who's going to take it? Will it be Overstreet? Will it be Green? As here comes Green. Is he going to take it at the line? Who's going to get it? As Overstreet just ahead, but Green's got the run and he takes the victory. As they cross the line.
Are there still people there? I don't know.
Oh, hold on.
Oh, yeah, there is. There was. Oh, dear, car's having to come to a complete stop on it.
And while Sam,
Yeah, I guess one
taking
thing
into
we're trying
account,
to say to guys,
you
it
know,
doesn't
we've
automatically
managed
move
to
the
sort
wreckage.
out some business to make it maybe a little bit easier for us to manage and keep an eye on proceedings exactly how they're happening this evening. Two of the championships. Sam, I mean, we look at, you know, what happened last round, and just to make things a bit easier, we have got, you know, part of it is sorted out. You know, some of the results have been decided coming into this final round, just to make life a little bit easier for us.
Yeah. Of course, you know, there were a couple of class champions decided last time out. A brilliant season from Race Clutch. They've been absolutely superb this season. They could have won pretty much every round of the championship, honestly. It was just that Watkins Glen round where they had a couple of incidents which really let them down. But besides that, they've been pretty much unbeatable. And then Manatee also managing to clinch it in the GTDs. They aren't 50 points clear, but their drop score is so good that even if they don't turn up tonight, then they've still got a huge amount of points that they'll score. So amazing performance from both those teams. And it's just the LMP2s now, which are the ones to decide.
And interesting stats on Race Clutch. They've had pole positions in 4 out of the previous 5 rounds. I mean, that's pretty dominant, and they've led for the majority of each of those races too.
A little birdie told me they won't be going for a last to first challenge today.
Ooh.
So I don't think they're going to be getting pole position tonight. I think they want a little bit of a challenge to end the season. So yeah, watch that space. I think about 12th on the grid they'll be launching from, so it'll be tricky for them tonight.
It's definitely going to be, but you never say never. That is the magic of Road Atlanta. Let's get stuck into LMP2s now, Sam. Now, this is where things get a little bit tricky, viewers. So, coming into this final round, Walk Racing Red lead the championship. Pure Sims there in second, and Effect are in third. However, thanks to your calculations you did earlier in the week, Sam, if Walk or Pure Sims win, they win the championship. If Effect wins and Walk finishes 4th or lower, they get the championship. So I'd say from that effect, it's a bit of an uphill battle. Surely it's got to go to either Walk or Pure Sims.
Yeah, they're certainly the favourites going in. I mean, Walk were really quite dominant for the first 3 rounds of the championship, weren't they? And then they've sort of lost their tight grip of the championship with a couple of iffy results. Their 2 worst rounds of the season coming in the last 2 rounds. And so, yeah, it has opened the door a little bit for them. And of course, with how steep the scoring system is, it really does allow teams to come back 10 points between first and second. And that is what Pure Sims needs in order to overcome the gap. So, yeah, I think those 2 teams in particular, but even teams further down have a mathematical chance. It's been a fantastic season. And we can also see the GTD standings as well at the moment with, Manti just confirming that championship lead. Not 50 points clear, like I said, but enough clear to clinch it with a round to spare.
I mean, we spoke about Pure Sims a lot this season. So not Pure Sims, Race Clutch even, a lot this season, and how dominant they've been both in qualifying and race. And as you said, at Watkins Glen, they threw it away, 45 seconds in the clear. But Maniti, we haven't really mentioned about them. They've quietly been going about their business, not really been involved in anything too spectacular. However, they've accrued so many wins, and it's gutting. Arnage's big issue last time out really cost them dear in that fight for the championship.
Yeah, they would have really been taking it down to the last round if it weren't for that. So yeah, big unluckiness for them. Should I have a reminder of what's a reminder of what's at stake? Because we also had the Stormforce Spotlights last week or 3 weeks ago for Road America, and I think this was maybe our best Stormforce Spotlight of the season.
Controversial, Sam.
Tim. It was the one that took my breath away the most in the moment, and I think we knew immediately this was going to be almost impossible to beat.
As accident evasion goes, wow, just wow. Quintessentially just epic. A bit of luck, being in the right place at the right time. I think that played a part of it as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, there was a disappointment that the events occurred as it did, but at least we got a very good moment out of it at the very least. So yeah, it was a spectacular moment on the stream last time out, and hopefully we have something similar which can live up to that incredible moment. And of course, they were able to win the mouse and the mouse pad, but this week, Tim, the drivers are going to have the opportunity to win the headsets instead for themselves, and this will be the last Stormforce Spotlight prize that they can win this season for the best moment of the race.
Last chance opportunity. However, it's not quite the prize giving done and dusted with it, though, is it?
It's not, no, because we've also got the raffle draw for the end of the season, where any team who has taken part in all the rounds and hasn't picked up a penalty all season long from an admin, they get put into a raffle, and they can win this very nice ASUS Vivo Watch SP. So that would be a very nice prize for one of the teams to win. We've currently got 10 of them who have a chance of winning this, but anyone who gets a penalty tonight could be taken out of that list. So we might only have 7 or 8 by the end of tonight. So quite a lot of pressure on those teams to keep it clean for the whole 3 hours.
And we'll be making that draw live after the race has finished, back here in the studio. So make sure you stick around for that one. And as always, the plethora of prizes to go with it as well. SDK subscriptions, Apex Racing Academy subscriptions, and good old-fashioned cold hard cash to boot too.
Yeah, 250 quid for our class winners, and then 150 for second, 100 for third. It's nice payouts for a lot of these teams, and it's what they deserve because they've put a lot of hours in, not just for the racing, but also for the practice, and of course trophies as well will always be welcomed by the team. So yeah, really fantastic that we got all of that. But of course, like we said, final round of the championship now, and of course we're in Atlanta, a brilliant finale, of course similar to IMSA, of course in that vein in the real life world. And also, we should probably give a quick shout out to an event that is happening here in the Apex Racing Sim Centre in a couple of weeks' time, Tim. We've got our open day.
We have. We will be here, as well as some, some drivers you might have seen on the scene recently. A few out in Saudi Arabia taking part in Game Rate Festival, part of ESL R1. As well as a whole raft of others. There'll be a Porsche Cup car here, courtesy of Alan Smalley as well.
Yeah, we're going to have a LAN tournament where people basically turn up and they drive against one another. And, we've got some pretty neat prizes. We've got some virtual racing school prizes. We've got some Elgato prizes as well. We've got headsets and keyboards and stream decks as well. And part of that is just a raffle as well. So turn up for free. For free, Sam? Surely not. A pretty good chance at getting some pretty sweet PC equipment. So that is on the 2nd of September. And do visit apexracingsim.com in order to get your free ticket. There's a little tab at the top saying Open Day 2023. And yeah, sign up for that. And you should be good to go. It will be a really fun event. It was last year.
Next thing you'll be saying there's free pizza and coffee over there.
There is free
what?
pizza.
No, surely not, Sam Fitzpatrick.
Which will be fantastic. So
Bargain.
it'll keep you fueled for the entire day. Also got the Apex Racing League Prototype Championship starting up pretty soon. Sign-ups aren't open for that yet, but that'll feature LMDH, LMP2 and LMP3 cars. So do visit the Apex Racing League Discord. There's a link to that in the description below. And if you click on that, then you can see when entries are open. So that'll be relevant for lots of our drivers taking part in this series.
And you're splitting it between Pro and Am as well, Sam.
Yeah, lots of prizes. I think 6 trophies are on offer.
Wow.
So yeah, it'll be pretty neat, that one. So everyone's going to have something to fight for. So yeah, very much looking forward to that coming up. Well, shall we have a look at a couple of past roads Atlanta moments in from days gone by?
I think we should, Sam. I had a bit of a trawl through the archive, didn't we, earlier on? And came up with these cracking moments, and it just showcases some of the dangers and some of the good points of Road Atlanta. First off, Mayer taking a spin down at turn 1, Sam. It's a really tricky turn 1. It's not a hard onto the brakes. There was another close moment as well from the SRF Weekend Warriors with Tabino just setting up the inside. However, you know, it's still possible, isn't it, to get a move done there despite not being a big hard braking zone like a La Source at Spa, for example.
Yeah, it's sort of a smaller overtaking chance, but you got to remember that you're pretty much flat out apart from one braking zone for the 45 seconds leading up to that. You come out of the sort of tight turn 6 and turn 7 onto the back straight, get a nice slipstream into the chicane, then a nice slipstream through the final couple of corners, which are easy flat in these cars. Well, GTs will be a little bit tough around the final corners, to be fair, but certainly at the start of the stints they should be fine. And so you do get a good run going into that first corner, but Maya was saying after that race for the Porsche, it's really tricky to be able to get the wing just correct, so you can actually take those fast speed corners easily, because it's so tricky for the car to actually stay planted. So all the Porsches out there, they'll either be very sketchy for the 3 hours, or they'll be very slow down the straights.
We've also seen there as well, turn 5, Sam, that big curbing on the outside. It is so treacherous. Doesn't matter what you drive, whether it's an MX-5 or a prototype.
Yeah.
Or anything in between, for that matter.
I remember the legends that is Marco Barbanera telling me one time before Road Atlanta broadcast, one thing's for certain, someone's going to bin it on the exit of the ASUS. It always happens. That curve is absolutely treacherous, and to get the most amount of speed, you need to go all the way over that curve. There's not a 1x until you go really far and onto the grass, so you got to be aggressive on it. Someone's going to bin it there. If one person bins it, often multiple people bin it, because the runoff area is very minimal on the exit of the track. And of course also the pit entry as well can be very tricky at this circuit, because if you got a GT who sort of doesn't commit to the right side of the circuit, then an LMP2 car could get underneath and block their way of getting into the pit. So it's very important that everyone has good communication out there.
It works in both directions for myself, Sam. You've also then got, if you've got a GTD that's much slower, obviously on the inside, your prototype, whether it be the GTPs or LMDHs, depending on how you want to call them, or also the LMP2s. If they're on the inside, that GTD, you've got, that it's going to take them a lot more longer to get past compared to, say, a GTD versus a prototype that's swooping down through on the inside.
Yeah.
Either way, you could not win out of this scenario. And then it's a really narrow entry, a single file, track.
Yeah, I think we're just seeing that in the background there. So it's a really tricky pit entry, and that's just to get into the pit entry. The pit entry itself is treacherous because you got the grass lining the track. You got to get slowed down, and then of course, if you're one of the first drivers in the pits, if you're one of the first teams in the pits, that's going to be some of the GTD cars. Then your pit stall comes up immediately, and so it is quite a pain to be able to deal with the pit lane around this circuit, particularly in multi-class.
And then pit lane exit as well. Come right out onto the racing line just for good measure.
Yeah.
Just for good measure as well, just to make life a little bit more interesting on that side. Just briefly, Sam, just to touch on things, I know we're about to get qualified not too far away for you now, viewers, but I was making a really good point there, and it's completely and utterly escaped my mind. It was so good and so important and so imperative that I must make it that...
Was your point going to be that we should transfer over into qualifying?
Well, that was going to be my second point.
Okay.
But But yeah, it'll come back to me, I'm sure, when it's really, really important. And
Well, maybe we'll give you an opportunity. We'll go to a Stormforce Gaming trailer now, and then we'll go into qualifying, and then we'll hear what insightful stuff Tim has got to say. We'll be back in a moment's time.
Well, we're back, qualifying, about to get underway very, very shortly. Still, my point hasn't eluded himself, and it'll come to me very shortly, undoubtedly.
I had to go off stage to try to find the point that you were making.
Yeah, it is that lost.
Still,
it's
that
that
There.
lost.
We couldn't possibly find it. Yeah, of course, just 10 minutes for the qualifying. People who aren't aware, we've got 3 hours of racing, but just 10 minutes qualifying. 4 laps the drivers can set, and actually they're limited for the laps this time, because 10 minutes, you could set more than 4 laps if you wanted to. But instead the drivers are, being such a short circuit, they will be limited to that. So it's a fair amount of pressure to be able to nail it all, and you can see the tyre straps going on behind us, with the drivers trying to get as much temperature into the tyres and get their pressures just right before they launch.
It's all about, you know, just getting it into that perfect window, getting the car warmed up. Probably going to see drivers splitting their strategies in terms of qualification, going out, doing a hot lap, coming in, resetting the car, taking fresh tyres, fuel on, going out, warming up again, and then going for another flying lap. Now, Sam, good news. Point has returned.
I guess.
From the darkness,
wow.
And it's
how much anticipation's gone to this?
It is just rubbish, really. It was. I was going to say, you know, it's home to Petit Le Mans, obviously, this circuit. However, I'm expecting grand action. What's Petit Le Mans? Petit means small, grand means big. Big action.
Sure.
It's yeah.
Sure.
It is completely wasted. But anyway,
that's what we're waiting for.
Yes, yes. You can see the commentator, intercommutator banter never stops here at Apex Racing TV. However, obviously, let's get underway. Final qualifying of this season, Sam. Well, I'm not sure who's going to take this. I mean, we saw the effect in terms of GTP. We saw effect really come to the fruition last time out at Road America. I think if they can continue that on, they've got to be really strong to look at. As you see, there's Aiden Young heading out there. Of course, we saw him earlier in the year? Was it last year? In the F4 Championship? Well, that was earlier this year.
F4, and he's been in Porsche Cup as well, as Aiden. Very competition. Young driver gets in so much quicker, so quickly. Like, he's going to be, I think, 8K in the future is Aiden. I think he's already over the 5K mark. So yeah, and one of our most improving drivers in ARL. And well, so far no one has set a time in any of our classes, but we are starting to get into that range where see Aiden pushing as hard as he possibly can, trying to execute this chicane. And of course, this is an important chicane because it actually affects your next lap as well as your current lap. Get the power down, all that's pretty much 1,000 horsepower that they have when the battery is deployed in these LMDH machines. And for now, it goes to the top. And also mention as well, Geeks Energy, Fiercely Forward Black. That is a new team name, was Fiercely Forward Black, and they've collaborated with Geeks Energy, who are a very good team as well, racing many of our leagues with some very accomplished drivers.
Kerr Sims setting the benchmark in LMP2, one of the 3 teams going for the championship this evening. They're on pole, but only just Sam Fitzpatrick, 6,000ths of a second. There's effect. They go faster again. Another one of the teams that are going to be vying for victory here at Road Atlanta in LMP2. Keep an eye out for them. And they go, well, I mean, how close can you like between our top 4 teams realistically, Sam, in LMP2, 4 tenths, so 2 tenths even, covering the whole lot of them, and it's under half a tenth covering our top 3 alone. Across down to GDT, of course, in racing lead the way there. Impulse and Save Up 92 just popping in there to go 6th. The other teams a little bit off pace, where obviously they've got their outlaps in there. GTD's building the tyre temperatures a little bit more different compared to the prototypes. As we see some of the teams, some interesting split strategy there. There's some of the GTD teams that have gone for obviously an out lap and then another build lap to really get the cars up to temperature and then going for their flying lap. Whereas some of the other GTDs have gone up on their out lap and then they've had their flying lap. So fascinating to see those teams, how that one's going to pan out really.
Yeah, a couple of different strategies taking place at the moment, and well, the race hasn't even started yet, but what a lap from Simify Esports. 7 tenths to a second clear. It does certainly seem like Race Clutch. Oh, you know what? Peter Zuber is actually now out on a lap, so maybe they are going to go for the first challenge, and they are going to try to get up there. Walk Racing Red in 4th position as it stands, so they're up into 4th. But in the pits as well, so a fair bit longer to go, so they should be able to get more lap times in by the end of this session. Here is Peter Zuber. So this looks like it's going to be quite a strong time for the 114. Is it enough to challenge Simify? It is not. And in fact, actually, it wasn't invalid lap time. So maybe they are just deliberately picking up 1Xs in order to stay at the back, but demonstrating the type of lap that they would be doing if they were setting eligible lap times.
Teasing us.
Yes.
Purely and utterly teasing us. And everyone listening along, watching along at home, love to hear from you as always, letting us know where you're tuning in from. See so many names that we recognise from throughout the season, and of course all of Apex Racing TV here. Like Lars Devan, Let's Go Effect, and also Sean Cranley was cheering them on. 1X Racer as well there, bit of an Aiden fan. Good to see him. And Robin Mass, I tell you what, quite a few supported Effect tonight. Be interesting to see how they definitely get on, that's for sure.
I appreciate 1X Racer for supporting us, saying great season, broadcasts have been phenomenal all season.
Oh, thank you.
You very much for that, and we agree. It's been
Zero
fun.
bias.
It is zero bias. It's been fun, this championship. It really has done. Yeah, it has been very good. And of course, you know, this isn't the only series that we broadcast from the studio as well. We've got the Apex Racing Academy Formula 3 Virtual Racing School Super Series on Friday nights quite often. And of course, soon we'll have that Apex Racing League Prototype Championship as well starting up. So, yeah, the studio is very active. And of course, it is available for use as well if people want to hire it over at apexracingsim.com. You can see details. It's a very cool setup. Yeah, we do very much like using it for our iRacing broadcasts.
We do indeed. We do indeed. And I just think absolute just.
Oh, good lap times there for Sabre Esports 91, just going to the top. I saw a good time initially from Ferrari to move up into 2nd place, and then they've been able to improve and go to pole position. Nice lap there from the 399, who I was honestly thinking might win the title after the first couple of rounds. It's sort of gone away from them a bit as RD move up to 3rd position in the LMDHs. But yeah, fantastic work there from 391. It'd be fantastic to see them get a race win, which I don't believe they've achieved so far this season.
No, I don't believe they have either, Sam. I mean, something we didn't really touch on the build-up as well, Sam. It's just the quality of driving standards we've had throughout the season in its entirety. It's been exemplary, hasn't it? Look at Monza. I mean, it was Monza where Peter Merriman just sort of like just stuck his feet up and just chilled out because there was literally nothing going on whatsoever in terms of, you know, incidents for him to have to look at, really, the second half of the race, certainly.
Humanity goes back to the top then of the GTDs. And look at that, nice time from Neonite Racing Team as well, who have already got a 2nd position back on their debut earlier on in the championship. And they're not far away either, so it looked like Humanity had a bit of a gap after the first 5 minutes. It's anything but now. Now, can Ferrari get into the pits and get out of the pits in time to set another lap time? Do they even have that option? You know what, I think a lot of them have actually set all their lap times already, so we're limited with the amount of teams yet to put in a lap. Everyone who's in the pits at the moment aren't going to set another lap time. They have used all their 4 lap times. What can Astro do? That's a nice time from Astro. A Stormforce Spotlight winner earlier on in the season at Watkins Glen, and they move up into 5th position. Nice work for them. believe as well, Jacob Wydurka just moved up to 9th position in the MDH's, apologies. So nice effort there from them. But yeah, there's not going to be a whole lot of changes from now on in the session, it looks like.
No, I think we're pretty much locked in. I mean, you talked about closeness, Sam. Neonite just beating the Sabout 91 machine by 0.003 of a second. That's the difference between row 1 and row 2 in GTD. It's been slim margins all season, and yet again here from Road Atlanta in the final race of the season, it is no different whatsoever. As you've seen the Walker Racing red car just head through there. That's Bogdan Moldovan. You can see him in fine form, and looking like that's going to be pole for them, like just under a 10th. And those top 3, Sam, they're starting coming into this final round in championship order.
Yeah, I was about to say, like, not only are they the top 3, but yeah, they are genuinely in championship order, which isn't exactly what we want. We want them in reverse championship order. That would be a bit more fun. If Effect win and Walk finish 3rd, from what you were saying earlier on,
Fourth or lower,
yeah,
Sam.
Walk need to finish in 4th or lower, so they would need Core Sim Racing. And Core have been in really good form in recent weeks, so I fully expect them to be up there. Delatraz won at Le Mans. That was a bit of a one-off for them in terms of that level of pace that they had, where they sort of dominated the second half of the race on that occasion, really managed their fuel especially well, but it wasn't just because of strategy, it was genuine pace that they had over the rest of the field. And so, yeah, they will be up there as well, for sure.
Well, definitely going to be some. And just see the Porsche 911 safety car has taken to the track. That can only mean one thing. Drivers will be lining up. Eddie Simify on pole in LMDH, joined by Geeks Energy. Chaffer Beckham just said he's been electric all season long. RD Simsport make up row 2 with Pure Sims. And then we have got the Geeks Energy with Fiercely Forward Black alongside Effect Simulations 908. Row 4 of the grid in LMDH, that sees GE Sports Racing Team line up alongside Delta V Racing 111. And behind them we have Netrex alongside Scuderia Volpe Verde, and then Scuderia Volpe, so it's Volpe, isn't it? Told earlier on Viola on the next row with Prestanda Nomad, and then MA70 and 12. Sam, you called it. Your sources were right. MA70. So you have Race Clutch starting dead last.
Yes, that was from Kyoto Argumento. He visited the Apex Racing Sim Center recently. Do check out the Apex Racing League social media accounts on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook to see some photos of that. It was very pleasant to have him around. In the LMP2s, we've got Walk Racing Red on pole position there. Pure Sim Esports, Effect Simulations 908, Core Sim Racing LMP2, Absolute Motorsport Acelith, who won this spotlight last time, Delatraz Automotive, and then it is Walk Racing Yellow and Effect Simulations 906. Behind them, it's No Limits Racing Academy and Alpha Esports Blue, rounding out our 10 cars.
Across down into GTD, Maniti starting alongside Neonite on that front row, separated by slim margins as it's ever been, but it does mean we've got an all Sabout Esports row 2 in the form of the 91 lining alongside the 92. Astro Racing, they've got Core Sim Racing for company on row 3 in GTD, with row 4 being the Sabout 93 alongside Delatraz Automotive. Row 5, that's Junkers Hollinger Esports alongside Impulse. Then we have Scherer Esports with Delta V, the other Delta V outfit, just behind, but one row behind. They start 13th in class next to Dutch Sim Racing Team. SDK Racing are there next to Valkyrie Competition on row 8. And I think that rounds up absolutely everyone, Sam.
It does, yes. And of course, they've got the full formation lap for this coursing. That's quite a short lap, and it gives them a bit of an opportunity to warm up their tyres. You can see around this part of the circuit, it's so narrow. It is so fun, though. I mean, whoever came up with this part of track, the SS section, obviously Suzuka, the SS best of anyone, as everyone knows. But Road Atlanta made a very good effort to try to come close to it, and I think they have come awfully close.
Well, it's what you're saying. It's a good second place.
Yeah, Yeah, I think it is a good second place. So yeah, I mean, Simify on pole position. They managed to win last time out at Road America. Let's not forget Simify. They were really strong on that occasion. But this level of qualifying paces isn't necessarily something that we're seeing. They had to come from last position actually last time out in order to take the race win. Whereas this time they made life a fair bit more easy for them. Mark Perez starting the car off obviously after setting their qualifying lap. And yeah, they could potentially be quite tricky to beat. The slipstream effect isn't particularly strong in this LMDH car. Don't expect a whole lot of drafting behind one another. There should be a bit of field spread, especially when we come round to lap the GTDs the first time round. And that could really cause some issues for the drivers and cause a bit of separation amongst the top runners.
It's going to be early on as well, Sam. That you know, it's one of the things we were speaking about off air before the show, is that these LMDHs are going to be catching probably, we reckon, around lap 4, maybe as far as 5, an absolute push, and then probably about lap 7 for the LMP2s. And from that point onwards, it's going to be a little bit messy, but for the final time this season, the Porsche 911 safety car pulls in from Michelin Raceway. Road Atlanta, let's get ready to go racing the ASUS Apex Racing League Endurance Championship as we are green and we are go in LMDH down to turn 1, and it's already Geeks Energy's dropping the place, but Pure Sims getting the jump on everyone at the start. They're up 2 places at the hands of Billon, but look up in front, Simify absolutely getting away as there's a bit of, I think that might have been a bit of a lock-up in the background as the LMP2s get away, Sam.
Yeah, and they're going to wait until after the blue and white, yellow curb in order to get away. Then it's under the control of the leader when to launch. And it's a nice start for Walk Racing. They have got very used to this position so far this season, and they'll want to be keeping this position to the end of the race in order to take the title. In the GTDs, meanwhile, bit of a late launch for our pole sitter in Manatee Racing. They're trying to stay ahead of Munich, and it looks like they have succeeded on that. So nice start for our leaders in that class. Albeit there's a little bit of a wide line there, but that's actually Racing dropping a couple of places.
It was indeed, Sam, and well, Race Clutch starting from the back, Sam, already up to places. Netrex, I think it was, having that issue with that puff of smoke we saw in the background there. Something has happened to them. As Scuderia, Volpe, Verde getting away. Well, Presenda Nomad dropping a couple of places a little bit further down in RMDH. Meanwhile, up to the front. Are they pretty much main line? Understand how they got away with Geek Energies dropping those 2 places. Pure Sims moving up to RD, remaining as they are. But they need to prevent Simify from getting away some of these early stages, because as soon as they start hitting traffic, it's getting a bit squirrely across turn 5. But just didn't even make it across onto the curbs. Did Archie Coveney. We come through into 6 and 7, that double right-hander. Meanwhile, a little bit further down, LMP2, but it's all remaining as they started here. It's only Absolute Motorsport that have dropped 1 place. As I think someone's happened to Present Nomad, so I've just watched them drop 2 places.
Yeah, that's bad for them. Are they back in the pits even? That's very bad news for Prestanda.
Not back in the pits yet, Sam. Not back in the pits. This Netrex who are in. Race Clutch up another place, up into 10th, up into GTD now. And well, again, pretty much remaining as they are. Astro have dropped a couple of places, which has caused a little bit of shuffle around 5th, 6th and 7th. However, everyone there remaining pretty much, certainly up the front end. You see, just really out there bumbling across the curves. That Mercedes AMG GT3 just looks so cumbersome as it mounts those curbs, and you see the suspension move around quite a bit.
Yeah, that did not look like an easy ride, and Adam Kotorski under a lot of pressure at the moment from Roberto Ferrari. Ferrari, of course, had pole position for a while in that qualifying session. It was only in the last 3 or 4 minutes that they were beaten by Manatee Racing Green and Neonite. So Seabelt wanting to salvage something from this. They looked like very strong at the middle part of the season, but it hasn't ended too well for them recently.
Sam, I've just spotted, so LMDH is starting to come through the back of GTD already, Sam. We're about to head out onto lap 3. That's how quickly they've managed to do it. Obviously, spacing in classes playing a bit of a part of it, and this is where it gets a little bit dicey here at Road Atlanta, one of the narrowest tracks we've visited all season, the shortest one, as Sam said, is to head up through the S's. You've got to be really compliant with one another as you head up through this section. As everyone jostling, jockeying for position, just make their way past the Lamborghini there, the Delta V2 car. So we're into the S's now. They'll, of course, the prototypes do have a lot more downforce compared to the GTs, but they need to be a little bit more compliant with it. Just work with the GTDs that will remain online, but where they switch back from left to right, need to remember that they don't have anywhere near as much downforce as they do. As I love this sight, Sam, when you get the first pass through, everyone all compact together here down the midfield, and well, that lead up front that Simplify had is a little bit evaporated as Pure Sims have made an absolute launch and cleared the traffic much better. You can see the furious flashing of the lights as they clear our leader in GTD. It is Maniti, Alex Bennett in the car for them. And they can all breathe a sigh of relief now until it happens in about another 3 or 4 laps time.
Yes, that was rapid. Oh, Manatee Racing Green. What has happened to Manatee Racing Green? Has there been a collision? I think there may have been a bit of a launch from one of the LMDHs. I'm not seeing any of the LMDHs dropping down as well, but I'm sure we'll get a replay of that fairly soon. But that is our leader in the GTD standings and our championship winner as well. That is confirmed. They can't lose that. But they would have loved to end the season on a high. Instead, they have spun at the back of the pack, but haven't had to come back to the pits, it looks like.
Doesn't look like that. And LMP2 starting to make their way through they're a little bit far off right now, so apologies about that. There is, well, talking of LMP2, there you go, right on cue, there's your leader, Walk Racing Red, and well, said it before, Sam, they love the pun. As much as you hate it, they are walking away with it already. 1.3 seconds the gap already at this early stage. Pure Sims trying to stay in the fight. Effect are hot on the heels of Pure Sims, but when it comes to this traffic, Sam, we've seen it already so many times this season. We've seen it in this race with the LMDHs coming through the GTDs. You can gain a lot, but you can lose a lot of time as well. You need to get cut adrift from the person that you're battling with at this stage of the race. My golly, it's so hard to try and make that time back.
Yes, yeah, it's a decently long race, but you do really want to stay with one another in the early stages. We've had some amazing battles in the first hour amongst the LMP2s so far this season. I think if you just had a 1 hour race and take away the insurance element of it, I think it'd still be a lot of fun with the drives that we've had involved in the series. And well, you can see that Scuderia Volpe Verde gets in quite detached from the rest of the field. I mean, they're 40 seconds back. I mean, I look back at Simplify, I don't think they were too far further behind that last time out, and they ended up winning the LMDHs, so still hope for any of those teams who have had some loss.
Very true, Sam. That is very true indeed. Oh, I think the effect car, LMDH is dropping a few places, seen on our timing screens. If you want to set to update with everything that's happening in race, there's a link to the live timing below in the description, and also in the chat as well. Make sure you click on that. You can see exactly where all the teams are, what are happening to each and every one of them, what lap they're on, what lap times to see, everything you need to know. Stay up to date with the team that you are supporting here this evening, here on Apex Racing TV, live from Michelin Raceway, Road Atlanta. As we see the Sabout 93 car now, they've had, you know, like a lot of GTD, it's all been pretty easy going, with the exception of Delatraz Automotive by DriveX. 4 places already in the BMW. BMW looking strong, of course, this season. It's pretty much been all about the battle between Mercedes and BMW, making up a large portion of the cars in this GTD field. Tonight, in fact, there's only one other manufacturer in the form of Delta V in the Lamborghini. Ferrari a few times entered by effect, but they're not with us tonight. A little bit beaten up three weeks ago, in fact, last week, 3 weeks back at Road America. A massive incident coming out the final corner just before the pit entrance. So we don't have any of that with us tonight. And Kim Yong on steer asking what happened to Maniti. Well, that first initial pass through from the LMDH has got caught up in a bit of traffic. I'm sure we'll get some pictures at some point of that being we're just waiting for that to be queued up when it's ready. And wow, right on cue. I can hear in my ear, Sam. It's coming to us now. There you go. You can see exactly what happened as the start, as they move through.
It was a bit of an odd start for the 54 black car, because they launched initially but Signify didn't launch straight away. So they then had to get off the power, and that's why they struggled. And then that was the issue for Netrex. And oh wow, they hit the wall hard as well, didn't they? Gosh. Okay, so that was a toe, and they've already used their fast repair for the race.
They have, Sam, as we see LMP2 get away. There's the Delatraz car making a lovely move right around the outside, Sam. That's what we like to see. Love a bit of around the outside action. This is what happened to Maniti. Oh, no, no. RD Simsport there making contact, and I'm sure going to be looked at by the stewards. Well, that was a bit of netcode.
And this is what happened to Effects. And of all the spins to have, that's probably not too bad at all. They've got time to make up that time, but that's not ideal for them. But yeah, huge shame for Manti, and it did look like an over-ambitious move from the PH.
There is the Pure Sims car, and Sam, I spoke about my worry being for Effect, whether they're going to lose them in traffic. They were hot on their heels. That has happened. 1.2 seconds the gap. Pure Sims have just about managed to stay onto the maintain that gap to Walk Racing Red. So that's a positive for them, as those two looking like, as things stand in the moment, are strongest two. However, Effect have been strong on strategy all season, so do not discredit them out at this stage of the race. And let's face it, we've still got another 2 hours and 50 minutes of racing to come.
Yes, as we go another bunch of times. Oh, that's a look from Delatraz. They could get some profit from here, but it wasn't quite there. And Core swinging to the right side of the circuit, and that was pretty nervous stuff there. They have been able to pull away ever so slightly now. Core, but Delatraz looking a bit more racy. They got Alexander Delatraz, who's usually their #1 driver in the car at the moment, and he of course was very influential in their win at Le Mans earlier on in the season. Corse Racing still yet to win a race, I believe, this season, but they have really upped their pace in recent rounds, and they will not be far away from it at the moment, as you see Delatraz move past the 391 car of Roberto Ferrari for Save Up Esports 91, and they will soon be past the race leaders Neonite Racing as well. Neonite, I think, leading an Apex Racing League event for the very first time in their debut season. They only joined mid-season, and they are doing amazing well at the moment. Already got a second place earlier on the season at Monza, and they're looking to go one better now.
So I'm just having a bit of a look at, key players that have fallen by the wayside, been issues, or even started them back in their kids group. So Mediti, life 14th in class, just seeing the GTDs there. So it's a race clutch starting from the back in LMDH. There were 6 places already. Peter Zuber in the car, the Hungarian. He's up 6 spots now into 8th. And incredibly close by. I mean, it's still fiercely close up front in LMDH. But seeing Share Esports now. Now, they are, well, you can see just how tight it is. They're just suddenly appearing there from drivers left. The Impulse, BMW M4 GT3. As all that is tight, you get an appreciation. They've been tagged, and this is going to cost them all a bit dearly, as the track's surely going to be blocked here, Sam. And there's more spinners, there's more casualties here down at turn 5. A big moment in this race.
That all went in slow motion.
It felt like it, didn't it?
It was just a case of, oh no, there's a car in the middle of the circuit facing the wrong way. What's going to happen next? And you're just waiting for the cars to pile on in. And it looked like a couple of them reacted, a couple of them were a bit slow to react, and that caused some contact behind. And that could well be under investigation. So risky going for a move around that part of the circuit. And the problem is though that there's big rewards to be gained, as we've seen throughout a couple of occasions on that back straight just now.
It invites it, doesn't it? It just begs you to take it very wide, especially with the speed differential. And you see the flashing of the lights there from the Scherer BMW. Not too impressed with Zuber of Race Clutches. He makes his way through the field in the perennial hot knife through butter, and he's benefited from that. He's up into 6th. So he's dropped 2 places since I mentioned about it, Sam. He was in 8th, up 6 spots. He's now into 6th, up 8 spots.
Yeah.
Just to confuse you. Just to confuse you.
Yeah, I was doing something else as you said, that's why I was very much doing something there. But here comes the race clutch, and you can see they're just dropping a little bit of time now when they got the GTD sat right in front of them, and Volpe Viola as well, all over the back of them, and they aren't able to make anything done. But yeah, race clutch, yeah, with all those positions gained after their non-qualifying, 15 seconds to gain. They can certainly do that. How much have they been winning races recently? massive margin. They didn't win too bad Road America, but they were like 30 seconds clear before they made a mistake and got hit by a GT car behind. So I would say about 30 seconds they usually win.
They were 45 seconds clear before that entanglement with the back marker at Watkins Glen.
And that was within an hour, wasn't it?
Yeah, that was. So, anything's possible, realistically. It's a tricky one. It's a little bit chicken and egg in some ways, isn't it? Because you've got this track compared to Watkins Glen is a lot harder to pass on. However, because of that, you can gain and lose a lot of time. So, compared to Watkins Glen, where it is easy to pass, you don't tend to lose or gain as much of that time. So, I don't know, which one is better?
Change from the lead in GTD. Sabre have got past Near Night. Seems like Near
2
Night
places, Sam.
involved
3
in
places.
it. Well, that's Near Night then, right there. So, what has happened to them? They must have gone off the circuit through the S's. And are they, well, it's difficult to tell how fast the car is when they got MTHs swarming inside and out, but I think they're back up to normal racing speed. So that's a big shame for Near Night, and it's now Sabre Esports 1-2. What a fantastic day this could turn out for them. But so far, that first position has been a bit of a treacherous spot for the GTDs.
Sorry, we've got about a bit of a comment there over in the chat. But you see that these guys, it seems to be early on, well, as I say, they're all sticking to the right-hand side as Delatraz tries to send one in deep, one round the outside, can't get the move done. The Sabre just shuts the door right in their face.
Astro up the inside, and Astro are going to get past. I don't think there's going to be any defence for Bokler. And Astro Racing, after a poor start, they got nudged out through turn 1, got forced onto the outside, and a couple of cars managed to slip underneath them. They are now up into 3rd position. With the problems for other cars, they very much feel like they could win this race. Already scored a podium so far this season on this track.
Yeah, no, have come into the pits after there's got to have been an incident, there's got to be in contact. And in fact, Beckham just see it, a fiercely forward yellow into the, well, he's lost a lot of places, Sam. Something has happened to that car too. Big incidents very early on here from Road Atlanta. So that is GE Sports, currently lying in 4th and not too far behind. You know, certainly within reach of Coveney of RD Simsport, who's occupying that 3rd place, last place on the podium. Bit of a twitch there, comes underneath the Fox Factory Bridge and make the way. And well, for once, they've got a bit of a clear track ahead of them. And that's a bit of a, you know, it's a sigh of relief, isn't it, when you see that moment after trying to battle your way through the traffic. And we're going to get to the stage, we're not too far away from it, where we get GTD, LMP2 and LMDH.
The problem now. Astro Racing have dropped down to 4th position, but it's only, well, they're just really close to one another. I don't think there was actually any problem for Astro there. I think they just lost 2 positions in quick succession. When you see a driver drop down 2 places, usually it means that they're off the circuit. But on this occasion, it wasn't the case. And look at this, Patsanel is still going alongside. And in fact, they've been able to take that position back against Delatraz. This is furious racing for 2nd place.
Grunt of that V8 in that Mercedes coming into fruition there. It's straight 6 of the BMW. They bundle across curves, and that Mercedes just looks so cumbersome, so clunky. I said about it earlier as there goes the effect LMDH past them. But through the curves, the BMW's always been the stronger car, Sam. It was since its inception. It has carried on that trait through all of the BOP updates. It's such a strong car through there. And this is where it gets a little bit tricky, where the GTD's trying to cross the road, like play chicken crossing the road, aren't they?
Yeah, and all you need is a little bit of miscommunication, where one car goes to the left and one car goes to the right. And you can have just bizarre incidents where they happen and you think, well, how has that not happened 100 times previously? It can be very sort of silly mistakes, and that's just the risk that you play when you are slaloming through there. Scuderia Volpe Viola with an issue. They were doing well, weren't they? They were sat behind Race Clutch, and it seems like they've been involved in an incident. So at the moment, we've had incident for probably, honestly, half of our LMDH fields. Really 7 downwards have had issues, and I feel like maybe Delta V Racing have just had an issue as well. They have just dropped behind Peter Zuber. I think that may have just been a legit overtake to it back on Race Clutch. they're up into 5th position. In the LMP2s, only one issue, similarly for No Limit Sim Racing Academy. Everyone else is running cleanly in that. And in the GTDs, one retiree, it looks like Valkyrie Competition, unfortunately. Neonite Racing, of course, having issues as well. I'm not going to come back to the pits. So really the LMDHs have been the ones who have been in the wall so far.
However, Sam, because of the MA70, a few people asked about them earlier on in the chat, they are up an incredible 6 spots into 7th. Yes, they might not necessarily have the pace compared to Race Clutch, but they're keeping on the track, and that is such a key part of racing. And talking about keeping on the track, that is incredibly close. It's the battle for second in GTD. Astro, Sabout, Delatraz, all nose to tail right now, and they all head to the inside. Everyone wants that inside line, but it's Delatraz that's going to get there. Sabout will have to yield. Astro, well, they've got the racing line, absolutely everything coming into play, where these two are battling and they're still going at it. It's a head up through the S's, but finally, Delatraz have concealed it, has secured it. Bokla has got them up into 3rd. They're at 5 places, Sam. Can they make it 6 places gain and get ahead of Astro?
I think it's very possible. They are rapidly moving along. They've already got a little bit of a gap now to Saybelt. And I think we might get a couple of replays in a few moments' time with some incidents and overtakes that we've had.
So this is what happened to Shearer, Sam. You can see, oh,
Very ambitious.
it was even a bit of netcode, and then, I mean, people might say, well, why did they come back across the track? That's blatant as Pulse, wasn't it? But it wasn't, because they're not, due to the greasy track. I mean, this is the onboard with Coveney of RD SimSport, and oh, nowhere to go. Just about manages to squeeze it through.
I don't think they got hit from behind, but, so I think, was that Fiercely Forward
Yes.
Black who initiated that incident? And then that was very ambitious as well. So that's what caused Neonite. Wow, Neonite, that. Whoa, they've avoided both walls. Wow. Well, again, there's a lot of over-aggression going into those moves down the hill. I didn't think it would be quite as problematic as this, because it's not like the LMP1s of yesteryear where you had to get past it, otherwise you were going to lose time. In the LMP2s and the LMDHs, they didn't lose nearly as much time behind the GTTs. It's still maybe upwards of a second. But they're really going for it at the moment, Tim, and if they keep on doing it, that type of stuff will happen.
It's going to. And well, you question why Neonite was so slow off the corner, Sam. Well, that just explains it fully, exactly what happened to them. They're currently looking at 3rd place in LMP2. This is the Effect Simulation 908 machine, hand of Andy Dawson. Currently just falling a little bit behind when they've cleared through traffic compared to Pure Sims and Walk Racing Red, still remaining as they started. Likewise, of course, Sim Racing that are behind Effect, currently in 4th place. Sam Newman in the car for them. Now, this is how they are in the championship standings. Walk, Pure Sims and Effect, so there'll be no change there whatsoever come the end of this evening.
But it's looking like a straight fight right now, right? If Pure Sims win, then they win the title, I believe. Am I right in saying that?
Yes, that's correct. If Pure Sims win, they win. If Walk win, they win.
So this is fun. I mean, admittedly, it'd be cool to see, you know, Effects really get in there and have a good chance. But for the math's sake, and honestly, Tim, I had an absolute nightmare on Wednesday when we had the season finale of the Apex Racing Academy Porsche Cup. And all the 4 championships, the 3 driver championships and the teams championship, they all came down to the last race. And it was
Commentator's nightmare, though.
exactly, it's horrible when it's an exciting end to the season. And this is going to be exciting, but it's simple. It's a case of whoever wins the championship. And if they crash into one another, Effect win. And I think that's the conundrum we've got at the moment. Unless Effect, of course, can have a much stronger second half to the race. At the moment, it doesn't quite seem like Andy Dawson has the pace to keep up with his rivals ahead.
Doesn't, and bit of a shame, really, isn't it? Bit of a shame, but let's not forget. Well, you say that, Sam. Last time round, actually, of the top 3, they were the fastest.
Okay.
I mean, marginally.
Only 0.2 of a second off their best lap of the race as well, so they've got no drop off at the moment. And these LMP2 tyres do degrade a fair amount, so it's not necessarily a case that the fuel will burn off and they'll get faster and faster. I think they'll be taking tyres at every stop for these LMP2 cars, and they'll be pitting in around the 40-minute mark. The LMDHs and the LMP2s, unlimited fuel, the MDH should get to about 45, I think, as Race Clutch move up to 4th position. But yeah, the LMDHs probably about 45 minutes, LMP2s about 40, and GTDs somewhere between 45 and 50 minutes should be when we see them pit for the first time.
Just seeing in the chat being asked about using this overlay. Well, you can do it as part of the SDK Gaming. The subscriptions is available for prizes in this championship. It's the World Endurance Championship inspired theme. It's available for free download on this thing.
Yeah, I like this one.
And SDK Gaming comes with a 14-day free trial. Not only be used just, you know, for displaying overlays and linking up your commentators with your producer, but also most accurate live timings on iRacing, enhanced mini-maps, relatives, and fuel calculators as well. Great for going endurance racing with. It's all the boxes, certainly for this league.
Yes, I like how see-through everything is. There's too many overlays these days. IndyCar's an example where it's just like a black box on the side of the track. It's, no, I want to see the circuit, please. Whereas this has just got the text on it. Big, big fan of it. This is our biggest battle currently going on. Let's say about esports, ahead of Carl Winkler. Apologies, this is, yeah, that is say about esports, so you're just ahead of Carl Winkler for Corsium Racing GTD. Let's say about esports 93, Lucas Hollinger esports, and Scherer esports. Scherer, I mean, that's incredible that they're doing as well as they did earlier on, considering that they're involved in that incident at the ASUS. So they should be very grateful, obviously for Strace as well, but they're up 3 places despite that. And of course, Mandy Racing Green, after having issues earlier on, they're quickly catching up to this pack.
Funnily enough, Sam, I was just about to mention them. Now, Alex Pennant fell all the way down to 14th in class, Sam. He's hauled that Mercedes all the way back up to 9th so far. And, well, you get the time, you get the thing, it's only going to be time before he's up on the back of Scherer, who's currently in 8th. Look at Alpert currently in the car for them right now, and that BMW. What can Bennett do? What can he do? The Flying Brit. 8th time, great time so far. Just looking back from Winkler in that Corsium Racing Mercedes. And I tell you what, Sam, it's getting a little bit feisty, a little bit angst just behind them there, just witnessing what's happening. One of the LMP2s just starting to come past us now as we move to wider shots to get the real appreciation for what it's like around here.
That was over ambitious on the LMP2.
I don't think it was.
You think? I mean,
I don't think
we
it
didn't
was.
see a clear view of it, but I was thinking, you can sometimes turn scenarios. Even going into turn 3, I was like, he is a dangerous distance away.
Oh, contact, Sam, that's a big one. That's a big one.
What's that?
Wow.
Was that Scuderia Volpe?
That was Beckham Jasir of Fields Forward Yellow.
No, I mean the DH making contact.
What, the one that didn't end up in the wall?
Yeah, I think it was Scuderia Volpe Yellow.
It would have been, yes. Yes. It was the one the Cadillac. It was one of the Cadillacs there.
So that was, of course, yeah. Beckham Jasir moving across to the right of the circuit, slaloming their way through, and I guess they got on the brakes, but the car behind it just didn't expect them to be there, sort of, and it's so tricky to react in that scenario.
It is, Sam. It's in some ways, I mean, it's fascinating to watch as a spectacle, but I mean, some of the bits, you know, there's no need to, you know, jump around so much, you know.
I've just seen a replay of it as well. We'll see a replay of it for the viewers as well, but I've just seen it on the screen as well. It seemed like they broke really early there. I'm just eyeballing it, obviously, but they seem to break earlier than the GTDs, which obviously shouldn't be the case in the MDHs. So I feel like that wasn't necessarily the Cadillac's fault. It wasn't a Scuderia Robbie Verdi's problem. It was most likely the car ahead who went into the wall, and disappointing day for them because they were running in the podium places earlier on.
They were, Sam. They were. Talking of prototypes, though, back to LMP2. Those gaps starting to cement a little bit now. Bogdan Moldovan for Walk Racing Red. Just really opening up that gap, just turning up the pressure, up the tempo here. gap has now extended, Sam, up to 2.4 seconds. Yeah, nearest down at 2.5. And then there's 3.4 between Pure Sims and Effect. It's starting to come apart a little bit. It's falling off the wagon. I mean, we've got 2.5 hours remaining, which is still a lot of racing. You know, if you look at it in terms of officials, we've got 2.5 European Sprint Series races to go. If you look at it in terms of the officials. I mean, even some, inverted commas, endurance series, you know, classified 2 hours as an endurance. I mean, it's not in comparison, you know. I know you could say that 3 hours is more than enough for yourself. We all know
3 hours is too much. 20 minutes, please. That's what we need. Go home afterwards. Everyone gets to go to bed early, and we don't mess around with that stuff.
Don't enjoy being as part of the through night crew.
It's really odd because, and I threaten to go on a tangent here, but when it comes to other sports like tennis, I love to have a 6-hour race. But yeah, in motorsport, nice and sprint format. Let's have a look at a replay of a few of our incidents. This is the brilliant move from Delatraz to be able to get past Seibelt. Seibelt were not going to give it to them easily, but Delatraz just about managed to move ahead and held on into turn 3.
Great car positioning there from them, just to hold on to that one. Look back from Astro to see exactly how it all unfolded, and despite losing the momentum from being that line climb up the hill, managed to do it. So this is what happened to Beckham. Just saying, wow, how there. Now apparently this is a lap before this happened. That big wow.
Really early on the brakes. I don't understand what was going on there. Like, it could
crazy early. Well, there you go. So he's moved across the driver's left, and then whoa! It's like he's thrown out. Well, I'm not too sure. I'm certain our live stewards for this evening are going to be looking at that. Kevin Ellis Jr. of Apex Racing Team. He is, well, you can see from. It's just baffling.
Yeah, not sure what was going on there.
I mean, maybe moved across because they started experiencing a hardware issue, and then just, you know, got out of the power, not realising there was another GT, so LMDH. Could have started out there with GTP, but didn't realise they were there, and maybe that's what hit them. Well, I'm sure Kevin will be having, well, cracking open a couple of bad emojis and having a deep look into that one, won't he, Sam?
Yes, yeah, I am sure they will too. By the way, there has been a few drive-through penalties awarded already. We've had a drive-through penalty for Effect Simulations 909. We've also had one for Fiercely Forward Yellow, who I think were involved in that second-day incident before when they said that. I mean, I don't think the drive-through is too much of a concern for them as it stands. Scuderia Volpe Verde, also having a drive-through penalty, and Delta B Racing having a drive-through penalty, so big issues for them. But thanks to Stormforce Gaming for supporting us on this stream and for this championship. Of course, helping us you know, give out these fantastic prizes along with ASUS. And if you want to upgrade your PC setup, whether you're just getting involved in PCs gaming, or whether you're an esports professional, Stormforce Gaming have plenty of equipment for whatever your level is. So do check out their website. There's a link to that in the description below. And if you click on that, then you can order whatever you want, whether it's peripherals or whether it's hardware in your PC. And do use the discount code ASUS ARL 10 in order to get 10% off your offer as well. Big thanks to them. It's been very fun to have Stormforce Gaming on board for the season.
It certainly has indeed, Sam. Most certainly has indeed. Yes, there is. I just see BC Gaming say, only in sim racing will you see a Ferrari in a BMW. Lol. Well, you're not wrong. That is the beauty of sim racing. You just don't get that sort of pound-for-pound combination in real life. Of course, he's referring to Roberto Ferrari of Seibelt Esports 91, is currently leading GTD. However, seeing our overall leader right now, that's Marc Perez, the Spaniard in the BMW LMDH of Simufy. Just set the fastest lap of the race last time around, Sam.
Yeah, these guys.
But, Sam, I've just looked. Look who's in fourth.
There's
10 spots.
Getting up there. But they're losing a lot of time still. I mean, they were 15 seconds behind some 20 minutes ago. And so, like, they are still got a lot of catching up to do, and they're not catching up at the moment. So, whilst they're gaining positions, they're not gaining time as it stands.
But they are moving forward.
They are moving forward, and of course we expect, so they're going to run 3 drivers, I believe, tonight. And Kiyusi Akamato is usually the fastest one of those guys. He's going to go last to end off the season. So they should get faster as the race goes on, is the logic. It might be Milikankas to get next into the car. He's been driving the last couple of rounds. So I assume Milikankas will be in next, and then Mato to finish off the season next year.
And sticking with LMDH, Sam, on that theme, fiercely forward yellow, hence Beckham Jasir in the BMW. That is our first retirement in class. It's them. 8 laps to go. Saw them, excuse me, involved in that big incident. We saw the replays of, and wow, that's such a shame of them. Just looking further down in the category though, we have got the Delta V. Now, interestingly, they're on the rear end of GE Sports. As BMW's looking strong for second place, which is being held by Pure Sims in the Cadillac. Then, yeah, other than that, it's not looking good right now for the Cadillacs here. From Michelin Raceway, Road Atlanta. But Sam, this is where it gets tricky for me, because okay, you know, we've done 35 minutes. You know, that's more than enough for yourself, I know. However, you think it'd be the other way around with me being
with
old.
a checker flag. Thank goodness this isn't real life. I'd be saying, all right, guys, let's go.
It's pretty much as soon as they started. But what's interesting for me, Sam, just looking at this dynamic, is how do you play this one? You know, you're settling into a bit of a groove right now. Do you sit behind them, or do you elect to just maybe start to apply the pressure and get past them? It's you know, they seem to be relatively matched on lap times. You know, near identical, both 107.3s last time around. You know, same cars, so they're going to be strong in same parts of the track as they're going to be weak in the same parts, and head in the Fox Factory Bridge there. I don't know.
I think you should just go for it if you're faster, because there's not a big draft effect in the MTH car, so you're not going to save a bunch of fuel. You may as well just get past. And you know, if you stay behind, then you might get messed over with some traffic and start losing 3 seconds. So I think you just got to run your own race. The GTDs, it might not quite be the same. I mean, we're watching Manatee Racing Green. It doesn't look like they're going to be working well. Got to remember that Manatee Racing Green were leading earlier on. They could still win this race, and this would perhaps be their most satisfying race victory of the season if they could pull it off. Alex Bennett just about moving ahead. He is up into 7th position. He's 15 seconds off the lead, which is quite catchable for Manatee.
It is.
What you've got to remember, though, that Astra should have won last time. There was a little bit of we found out what happened to Astra at the last round. They were dominating. It was such a good performance on them. I think they were 15 seconds clear with about an hour to go. And then they didn't take tyres at the last stop. Now, sometimes it's better not to take tyres, because it means that the tyres don't need to warm up and they don't need to get conditioned at Le Mans. Some drivers were doing an hour and a half on a set of tyres. But last time out at Road America, it was definitely better to take tyres, and they were losing 4 seconds a lap by the end of the race attempt, and that's what gave Manatee Racing Green the race victory. So my point is that even when Manatee drive their best, they're still challenged a lot. The fact that they've got these extra 15 seconds to make up might make this one insurmountable.
Like those words, Sam. Like those words. Now, do you know what I like as well, Sam? Is in LMP2, those gaps are shrinking again, Sam. They're shrinking. This is what we came for. This is what we want. Effect are 1.3 seconds behind Pure Sims, who are 1.7 seconds behind Walk Racing Red. You can look, I mean, as you can see from, you know, our team in the back, you know, in the virtual production trailer, they are, you know, you can just pan from one car to the other. They're that close. There's no great big snapping.
I think there's going to be a big change when it comes to the second drivers getting in.
Oh, Sam, Walk just coming up on a little bit of traffic there, coming down into the S's.
Yeah, watch out for that gap. It's already coming down. You can see it was 1.6, it's down to 1.4 now. But they got through that fairly cleanly, and of course, the one place that you don't want to overtake is the S's. If you can avoid passing through the S's, you got to just be thankful. into the pits, both pure sims and effect. So 38 minutes in, I said it would be around the 40-minute mark.
4 and 2, Sam.
That will be, and of course we always do this maths, so it's like a really easy 4-stop for them, right? 40 minutes, 1 hour 20, 2 hours, and 2 hours 40. So they've got about probably 20 minutes to play with when it comes to their strategy, but it's an easy 4-stop for them. So there's not going to be any fuel saving like we saw at Le Mans.
No. It's one of these tracks, though. It's easy but hard at the same time to fuel save, and unfortunately, just you know, there's not as big a draft, certainly in LMP2 compared to what they used to be until the most recent update to the car. It's sort of negated that fact, which is good in some ways for us as a neutral, because it means that there's not everyone just playing the fuel save race and that's it. It's just a bit of tactics.
Now, Effect have got ahead of Pure Sense in the pit stops, but it's very close. You'll just see them there. I thought they were just ahead. They were just behind the car that we were following. And so there has been a change there. Now, that could either be because Effect simulations have, well, the reason is because they put less fuel in the car. Now, was that because they had already more fuel left in the tank, or have they gone for a shorter second stint, which they can do, because like I said before, this is an easy 4-stop. They don't have to fully fill the tank. That's perfectly for Effect there. You want to come out just ahead of your rival by a couple of tenths of a second, and that's what they've done. So that's a change, but there might be an advantage later.
Walker in, Sam, and so are Delatraz first and second in class. Hasn't been enough from Effect, but there's a lot of traffic in front of them. This could hamper them, and they're getting away from Pure Sims. Dawson, this is all or nothing now to really close up that gap to Walk Racing in the head of LMP2. As you've just seen the background there, Pure Sims stuck in a bit of traffic. That's going to hold them up as underneath one of the Sabow cars. That is what the 91 machine, I believe, and past another one of them. So where is Walk? They're back out on track.
Walker fine. So they had a decent pit stop. They lost a second to Effect, but their gap overall has definitely extended. So Pure Sims are the big losers out in all that. But well, yeah, they're just the big losers out in all that. They only took half a second more fuel than Walk Racing, and then yet they've lost 4 seconds. It was just, I think they came out into too much traffic. You were commenting on it before, how they were having to, you know, side their way through. Meanwhile, Walk seemingly had a much clearer track, and that's allowed them to open up their gap.
It's really opened up, hasn't it? 4.6 seconds.
That's a huge time to lose, isn't it? I think that's going to take a while to cut down.
It is, and I wonder whether Effect are playing the game. I spoke about this all the way back, right at the start of the season, Sam, whether some teams might elect throughout the season to, especially at this type of race where you say it's easy on fuel, is to have, you know, even not go for a full tank, but go for, you know, say a few litres less each time, but go for the same amount every time. If that all makes a little bit of sense.
Yeah, that can often be better, especially if you're taking tyres on every stop. Then that can often be the way to go.
Just go for those shorter stops each time, trying to get a bit of track position, gain on them, and
what you got
mental gains.
Yeah, and sometimes what you got to consider as well is the tyre wear. So if the track is warmer, oh, was that contact behind? I mean, there was suddenly a car merged into the back of us when we were riding with the Manti Racing Green, and that was one of the MTHs, which yeah, certainly broke the camera. At the very least, but it seems like the Alex Bennett car managed to stay in a straight line.
So, starting to move over there as they're making their way through. I think just on the Nomad car there, Taylor Lane and the Brit into the car, running 11th in LMDH right now. Just give you an update in terms of that race car. It's up 10 places into 4th, 70 up 16 to 7th. Biggest gainers. In fact, those two in the entirety of the field. Next in line for that honour goes to Delatraz Automotive by DriveX in GTD. Roman Bokla in the BMW. It's facilitated all that action, drama and excitement down in GTD. So Sabow cars, oh, this is getting a little bit trippy up over one another. Is coming through, and look, they know they're in trouble. There goes the Effect LMD. Hey, Jack Wilson in the car there, but Alex Bennett needs to strike now while the iron's hot, trying to follow through one of these prototypes. Won't do it into turn 1, thinks twice about it, elects to stay behind the 2 Sabow cars here. 92, the 93, Mercedes, Stefania. and those cars respectively. The Italian outfit, coming in force, a real show of strength in GTD. Certainly with a 91 machine, that car has been the strongest of the lot, but don't discredit these two. They might be, the lower numbers, but they've really put in a massive shift this whole season long. And Bennett, it's starting to, he's reaching the cars now where they're going to fight back because they know that, yeah, we know you're quick, Alex Bennett, but we are quick as well, and we're not going to make this easy for you by any stretch of the imagination, and we don't want you to take away the victory from our sister car.
Well, yeah, that's the mention of what I was going to mention before, is that they have a vested interest to keep Bennett behind because they know that they'll catch up to the other Saybelt car by the end. Now there's a swap between the two Saybelt cars. It's clearly Stefanina being like they're faster than Massetti, despite qualifying behind. And now Bennett wants to really get past. They try to use the slipstream to help each other out a bit. Of course, the BMWs maybe with a little bit more straight line spin. That was a very nice launch going into turn 1, and they're comfortably ahead of the anti-racing green car. So that's really positive. And Carl Winkler, of course, in Racing GTD, very close to these guys. They're actually closing in by a couple of tenths on that last tour. So
let's just see Pure Sims coming through here in the background there. It's the Cadillac coming line second overall, and obviously in GTP. They've got a hefty gap. That's a Simifo. 8 seconds. 8 seconds as we've got a replay coming for you. I've just heard in our ear. So let's see. This is never normally a good moment, is it? So there goes the effect car. Oh, Sam. Delta V and the Lamborghini. Round they go.
And that was, I think, Cyrus Zamba aboard the Alpha Esports blue car.
Oh, Sam.
And you can see that, like, he was full of thoughts because he's thinking, oh, well, there's an LMDH and there's a GTD, but the LMDHs, or the prototypes will go to the right, and the GTDs will stay to the left, and instead he found that there were 2 GTDs right in front of him. I still think that could well be a penalty afterwards for him, so frustrating times there. So we see still no changes amongst these 3 drivers. This is getting a little bit concerning now for anti-racing green, as we've got our LMDHs into the pits. And just as we thought, 45 minutes. So this is interesting then. The fact that they've only just got to 45 minutes means that this will be a tight 3-stop. You can imagine they're going to pit on the 45-minute mark, the hour 30 mark, and the 2-hour 15 mark. And so it's fairly close.
RD Simsport, they've got an extra lap of mileage out of their tank.
Yeah.
So they're the one to watch. MA70 into the pits from 6th place. Effects, let it be interesting to see. I'll keep half an eye out for you, Sam, whether they keep going round again or visit the pits. So Jack Wilson has gone again as well. So, interesting there. So there's 2 cars that have managed to get good mileage out of the tank. Can they maintain this across the whole race long and try and pull off some strategic craziness to get themselves up there? Race Clutch is still in the pits, Sam.
Yeah, that's a bit odd, isn't it? I wonder if they've got an unsafe... No.
No.
But they did have it. They actually had the quickest pit stop of anyone. It was just the Geeks Energy 34 black car has already made a pit stop earlier on in this race. We're a bit shorter. Benjamin Fukurio getting into the car for Race Clutch. So we won't see Timo Kangas, which is a shame because it's one of the nicest names to say on the stream. Instead, we should have Figueroa, which is a pretty nice name anyway, and Marteau to round out the Race Clutch order for tonight.
A lot of the names there.
Yep.
If my surname was Coxo, would you like saying that?
Yeah, I think so. But I like saying Timothy anyway, so you already satisfy that. Adi and Effect still going, so they've got a lot of fuel. They haven't come into the pit so far, I believe, Effect. They're not coming up on our timing screen as going into the pits. So I'm quite sure what's going on there. They did have to take a drive-through earlier on in the race, but you don't stop during a drive-through, so that shouldn't have anything to do.
No. And yes, they would have saved some fuel, but negligible, Sam. Yeah. Negligible. As our RD into the pits. Actually, no, they just dropped 2 places.
Well,
Apologies.
no, I think that was them coming out of the pits.
Oh, you would have been. Yes, of course it was. Sorry, yes, because they came in from the lead.
Yeah. So
Excuse me.
there's a little bit of a mix-up at the moment because there will be an extra pit stop for Geeks Energy Fiercely Forward, currently running in 4th position. Of course, our race leader still needs to pit, and also Scuderia Volpe Viola needs to come in from 6th position. The rest are pretty much up to date. Maybe Cristanda Nomad as well actually will need to pit as well. They're currently sitting in 11th place. In our LMP2 fight, it's starting to spread out again. They were sort of spread out at the start, the top 3. Now, then they contracted, and now they're spread out again. Nathan Moore struggling a bit for Pure Sims. He's now some 9 seconds off the lead, and he's actually falling into the clutches a bit of Core Sim Racing, Pascal Stix, and Alexander Derchas, but Derchas Automotive. Seems like Walk Racing Yellow a little bit further detached behind. So, yeah, Pure Sims losing a bit of control from this one. This looked really nice for them 10 minutes ago, and ever since that pit stop, they've lost a lot of time.
Now, Effect Sam, I've been keeping half an eye on, what they're doing in the gap. 2 Walk Racing Red, and it did drop as low as 3.7 seconds. However, they've clearly got caught up in a bit of traffic, as Andy Dawson, and that's just meant that gap is extended back out as well. It was to 4.3, it's back down to 4.2. He is hauling here, and he needs to. Going to throw absolutely everything at it. The kitchen sink, the baby out with the bath water. Just can't leave anything left on the table. And not too sure who's getting in the car after Andy, whether it's going to be either James Ibram or it'll be Paul Busby. But either way, they need
Busby, who did a fantastic job at the end of the previous one, didn't he? Because they managed to have some absolutely terrific pace. However, what I would say, it did seem like Pure Sims were the fastest at the end of that race last time out.
Yes, they were.
They were quite far back, and then they nearly won the race, and they needed like another 2 laps in order to get into the lead. But I mean, I should just look back, shouldn't I? But I feel like it may be Nathan Moore who went second last time.
Yes.
It was Nathan Moore. Okay, so this is arguably their faster driver. But then usually you put your fast driver in first because the first driver has to do qualifying. So you tend to use that advantage to get track position on qualifying. So I don't know, maybe if Nathan Moore is their second fast driver, maybe Pure Sims will be able to come back later on. There's still a lot of hope for them. We certainly know that Moldman is the quickest driver in Walk Racing. No disrespect to Emmanuel Kachek.
Talking of Effect, the 909 machine has finally come into the pits. They've gone 43 laps on that tank, which is 3 more laps than anyone else. The second best was 41 laps, which of course was RD. I mean,
I think there may have been a phantom pit stop. So maybe our time screen just didn't come up with them pitting on that too. Or maybe they just, it was save fuel. There's not much of an advantage, I will say, to save fuel, because like I said, it's a fairly simple 3-stop for the LMDHs. So they might need to save a lap of fuel, but they can push 100%. Fortunately, they had a drive-through penalty earlier on to the 909, so that is why they are so far back. They are nearly a lap down. In fact, the car directly behind them is Simify Esports, who are the race leaders.
not good if they go a lap down, is it really? But it's one of those evenings for Effect, hasn't it? The 909. And just keeping up with that 906 machine, the third part of the triangle. And Aston Engelmers currently in the car for them. They still remain 8th, which is where they started. It's nothing dramatic for them. Simify out in front of the hands of Mark Perez. A stunning job he has done. Spaniard absolutely flying here. 9.75 seconds the gap to the second place Cadillac of Pure Sims. Tangray Bilon currently in the machine for them. About 116. And then just looking down through the orders. Race clutch up into 4th, Sam, so that 10 places now, just set fastest lap of the race 2 as well. No, apologies, they didn't last lap. That was for the best overall, but no, it wasn't last time, so excuse me for that. Oh, I mean, still absolutely hauling.
Few pit stops in the GTDs. Roberto Ferraro for Sapot Esports 91 going back to the lead now. Interesting that Ferrari for Seatbelt took a little bit of a shorter stop in 32.5 seconds compared to 37, 38 seconds for many of their rivals. So they've extended their lead now as ahead in the GTDs. And this would be nice for Seatbelt. Honestly, it feels like Seatbelt, and this is harsh, it's just because they started off very well. And Roberto Ferrari is a 2-time Apex Racing League Master Cup champion as well, out of many talents. At least when it comes to tin tops. Let's see what he's like in single seaters. Ferrari's very quick, but it feels like Seatbelt have got further and further away from race wins as the season's gone on. Until tonight, where they are winning by 7 seconds. So really would be nice to see them take that race win. And I think if they did win tonight, it would confirm second place in the championship, which would be a nice thing for them. They'd earn 150.
Sam, that is a Maniti ahead of a Seatbelt.
Ah, it's taken a while.
That's the 92 they're just literally only just in front of.
All
That's
changed for
Rossetti.
second position in the LMDH as well. Geeks Energy, PS4 Black has got, what has it? They were, well, yeah, they're ahead basically. I think they're caught and passed, and are up into second position. So
No, so I think something's happened to Pure Sims there, Sam, because they were 9.75 seconds behind. What, 2 minutes ago? They're now 12 seconds.
yeah, they
They've
lost
dipped 3 seconds.
1.6 seconds earlier on in this lap. Somewhere.
Another
Here we go.
back and front.
And they are alongside, and marginally moving ahead will be Pure Sims. Can they cut across the inside? They can't quite, but I think that should be job done. Trying to pick up the drop, but it's not a whole lot of suction that the Cadillac will get from the BMW. Apologies, the BMW will get from the Cadillac ahead, and Pure Sims are ahead of them. But yeah, that was a nervy lap for them. They lost 1.3 seconds in one lap. Well, to the leaders, they lost 4 seconds on the last lap. So they both got caught up in traffic, I think, and that's why second and third got so close.
And just while we're on LDH right now, Sam, is obviously it was just had just looking across into the chat. We've had Paul Busman saying Jack Wilson has the feet of Evans. That's how he's managed to get so much mileage out of his tank, as opposed to, I know Paul himself is quite heavy on his feet. He's more like got a Wales flipper for his feet.
Yeah, so really just good fuel saving.
I mean, it's even so that is astounding. Yeah, I know.
Drivers have that where they just are able to use
Relapse
fuel.
that.
Even amongst the pro guys, I sometimes chat with them and say how it's sort of almost just unexplainable. Our drivers will just naturally have half a lap over the course of a stint in comparison to other drivers.
It just compounds, doesn't it?
And yeah,
Just compounds.
and it's just sort of driving technique which you can't always identify necessarily easily, but it does exist, and he's used that to his advantage, and that's it. Will be very easy on fuel to these.
Scuderia Volp Viola, Sam, they've got RD Simsport close behind them as well in the LMDH. So 2 key battles playing out right now. There's one you can see on screen between Pure Sims and Geeks Energy, fiercely filled with black for second place. Then we've got the one for 5th place between Scuderia Volp Viola and RD Simsport. This one, we're just seeing between the Geeks Energy one, a little bit false in some ways because Geeks Energy, fiercely forward black, have pitted back on lap 12. So very, very much out of sync.
They need to make an extra pit stop in order to get to the end of the race. They're not just out of sync, they are 25 seconds behind because they're going to have to do an extra tour down the pit lane, so that will be frustrating for them, but got involved in instance earlier on. There's a nice battle as well. Shearer Esport. I mean, I think Shearer Esports are one of the most impressive teams so far tonight in the GTDs. 8/10 of a second now off the podium places. And I honestly thought when they made contact with an LMDH on this part of the circuit that we're now seeing Aiden Young go through, that they would be out on play. But instead, they've just been absolutely fantastic on pace. Let's have a check on a couple of replays of elements that have been going on recently.
So is this how fiercely forward? Wow, there you go.
2 corners.
Shows, isn't it, at that point in the track, you get stuck behind one car, and that's what happens. Bam.
Yeah,
Gone.
that's so satisfying, isn't it? And you just gotta wait for them. That's like the James Knight. And of course, when we get to the last lap, that type of stuff can happen. And so it really cannot count your chickens or your eggs, and everything, which way it is. Well, that's saying that they're going to win a race come the last lap. You need to have a good gap.
I mean, if Pearsons hadn't have got that back from 34 Black as quickly as what they did, I think they could have been in a little bit of trouble potentially. However, managed to get it back off them near enough instantly. Just stuck in a little bit of traffic. Well, there you go. That's the traffic that they are stuck in behind the Sabat 91. Your leader in GTD, Roberto Ferrari in a BMW. You said about it in the chat earlier on. There he is, the Italian. And he has 6 seconds the advantage over Lucas Perez of Astro Racing, the Spaniard in the Mercedes, the 333. Trying to close that gap up, not really making too much of an impression. Say about 91, really just heading off into the distance. Maniti Sam have had a driver change, and guess who's in the car? Tim Madska.
That's ominous, isn't it? Their arguably better driver. Yeah, Madska over 9K iRacing has been usually on circuit. It's very rare that it's not the fastest man.
The highest iRacing driver in this series, but arguably the highest iRacing driver that's not a pro.
Yeah, he's got to be getting up there. Certainly in GT racing. I mean, there's a couple of Skippy drivers who are about 10.5K. He will not be going pro anytime soon, unless the Skippy becomes a pro series, which I very much hope. But yeah, in terms of GT racing, he is one of the best. As we see this vehicle, and well, of course, staying behind in this scenario will be saving them a fair amount of fuel for Manuel Scully. And of course, Carl Winkler doing very well, I should mention, in the Apex Racing League GT3 Trophy Championship, which has been going on recently. He's second place in that championship. He's giving Antonino Samarco a good challenge. That's on Tuesday nights on Apex Racing League. Sign-ups are actually open for that, so if you go to Apex Racing League, open today, but in the next few days, you can go and sign up for that. So I certainly do recommend it.
I'm absolutely captivated by this view right now, Sam. On board with Maniti, the view back from the gearbox of the Corsim Racing Mercedes. Two cars, and just watching, you can see the way that the traffic comes past them, how they're able to move and negotiate their way around it. If it's all where their drivers are faster and slower in different parts of the circuit, how their setups react to it. I think this could be the pass though onto the brakes. Matska, well, he was fed up of looking at the back end of that car, and then bam, through he goes. Job done.
Yeah, nice work, and he's immediately been able to get a bit of a gap over his rivals. So
sorry, Sam, I said that was Maniti, but it wasn't, was it? That was Jonas Hollinger.
It was you.
Sorry, what am I on about?
Well, they're similar.
It's caught me out all season, this. Not when live.
Not as much as LMDH, where we got MA70, Sydney Fry, and Race Clutch, all with red liveries. And, I mean, who's that? I mean, tell me.
MA70.
I think it's MA70. And that's the great eyesight that we've got as this season's developed, because those guys have been absolutely mad. There's only 10 of them out there. A third of them oh, there's 14, apologies. But a good 22% of them are all so.
I mean, it's only taken us 14 hours of commentary, Sam. To try and understand that, what we've done so far. Now, Sam, now it's my time to get excited a bit about Tim Matska getting the move done, because this is him making his way past the save out 93, Andrea Stefania getting displaced there from 5th place. However, they say about still up 1 place despite dropping that place there. Losing 5th to Maniti.
Reminder that Maniti Racing Green. In fact, actually, we might be able to see where I see this now. I was just about to say how Maniti Racing Green had a spin earlier on. And I think as we go to the ASUS race updates, we might see that clip come up, along with plenty of other stuff which has happened so far in this race. And there was, of course, this was the race up for the MDHs. I will say that there was a stewards report into the LMP2 start about the gap between the LMDHs and the LMP2s. A bit of a bigger gap being left, however, not worthy of a penalty, so no concerns for Race Clutch on that, but that could have been very significant. Netrex, unfortunately, into the wall before the race really started, and they had to take their fast repair immediately.
And the Rex into Rex there, definitely. Delatraz Automotive, cheeky little number, round the outside into turn 1 at the race start. In the hands of Louis Delatraz there, lovely, it's what we like to see. Now this is Maniti, what happens to them at the start, just hit by the RD Simsport LMDH, and that first pass through the traffic after leading early on. Now, Impulse fiercely forward, but I think that's a bit of netcode that started that off. They got onto the grass, they came back across, which collected the fiercely forward car, which has since retired, unfortunately. And this is the aftermath for another angle. They're not looking good. Near Knight, well, they had a big issue, didn't they, Sam?
This was a miracle how they didn't hit the wall.
Or collect anyone either.
Yeah, I mean, that's
Amazingly.
almost Stormfall Spotlight. I'm not exactly sure if that should be the Stormfall Spotlight, but I think it's maybe the most awe-inspiring moments of the race so far. It was a brilliant battle amongst a few of our GTD cars, Saybelt, Delatraz and Astro. This was a bizarre incident for Fiercely Forward. Beckham Jasir already having issues. He'd already, of course, been in that incident before, and also a couple of others, and eventually went into the wall in an incident I think we sort of judged to be his own fault. And this was Pure Sims being able to move up into second position a few moments ago, and of course that Fiercely Forward car out of sync when it comes to the pit stops. They need to make an extra pit stop. So it wasn't a proper move for the lead, but it was still an important move for Pure Sims to be able to keep some fresh air in front of them.
They needed to get that move done, didn't they? Otherwise, I think they're going to lose even more time. Do my eyes deceive me, Sam Fitzpatrick? And then can I see from the timing sheets a Race Clutch BMW in 3rd place? Surely not.
It seems like they've done it. They've got past RD Simsports, RG Coveney, and just set the fastest up of the race as well. But let's not get ahead of ourselves. They're still losing time to the race here. Signify have been brilliant so fast now. And Signify were brilliant last time out as well. If it weren't for their poor start, they would have been right with Race Clutch for the whole race. In the end, Race Clutch had an incident in the final 10 minutes, which meant that they had to take a fast repair. Right at the end, they had to do an extra pit stop basically, which denied them the race win, gave it to Signify. But Signify had their own problems earlier on in the race, and so they are well and truly almost a match now, I would say, for Race Clutch. And of course, are looking for second place in the championship. Top place in the MDH is absolutely secured. Race Clutch 51 points clear going into this round. Most map points you can score for around 50, and so they had this one in the bag before the race started. They started from the back deliberately to give themselves a challenge, but I'm a bit disappointed they didn't qualify, honestly, because I think they would have been right with Signify.
Sam, I'm seeing some updated images, and maybe this replay is going to give us it. I saw in the chat Daniel Kraft saying that Race Clutch had spun in the S's. Gee, was it even before that? No, all looking good. All looking good now. You know, looking stable. Figueroa, you know, in control, hunting down car in front of them. Cross on entry, not a massive issue. Now, what happens from this point?
I think it's through this one. I think it's through this one.
It's got to be
maybe it's on the exit. But yeah, Race Clutch having their issues and lost quite a bit of time. In fact, this may have been the lap previous, so we will get a replay, I think, of that spin for them. It didn't lose them that much time, though. I think it only lost them like 5 seconds. Oh, but on this lap, they're continuing to lose time. So, you know, sure, they've had a bit of a spin, but the majority of the gap, which has opened up, hasn't been that spin.
Sam, here we go. I think a bit more luck. Oh, wow, they lost it. Trying to get the move done around the outside.
If you told me to draw the barrier on that, I would have thought the barrier was there. But they've managed to avoid it. Turns out there's not a barrier there, and they are fine.
Got lucky, Sam. Got lucky.
That's perfect. I mean, yeah, that's 2 near misses there.
I think maybe Figueroa was life flash before his eyes when he thought, oh no, please, no, no, no. Just when it was all going according to plan. Scary thing is though, Sam, that probably cost them, I'd say maybe 5 seconds, 6 seconds maybe, possibly even longer. And yet they are 12 seconds behind Pure Sims. Just 12 seconds. Just try and comprehend that. So that gap has doubled to Pure Sims. frightening pace. I think there's no other way to describe it. Just checking in with LMP2 right now. How are things going? Well, Walk Racing Red for the pit stops. Let's face it, they all came together, but it's expanded once more. 8.3 seconds back to effect. They are absolutely smashing it at the hands of Bogdan Moldovan. No messing whatsoever. Let's face it, Dawson and Moore are effective Pearson's respectively, are no slouches whatsoever. There is Dawson. Just another bit of traffic. And we've all been here. Anyone that's done multi-class endurance or even the production car challenge, the iRacing officials, your first ever introduction to multi-class racing. And that's just with Toyotas, Mustangs, MX-5s, of course now the Clio Cup as well to boot. And you get this appreciation for it. We get stuck behind cars. I used back in the day, with the Jettas, they used to be quick in a straight line, slow around the corners. And the MX-5s were much quicker in the corners, but not as fast on the straight line. And you just get caught up behind them, and it used to frustrate you a little bit. Well, I think it's what's happening now, especially often get to the stage of lapping people back then. However, I mean, it's always the perennial struggle. And it's such a cool this, and the car that's out in front, no matter how hard you try, what you manage to do, that gap just seems to grow and grow and grow and grow. Just like what's happening now in GTD. Roberto Ferrari, 6.3 seconds clear of Astro Racing, who are in second. Big gap, Sam. Big gaps.
Yeah, it's sort of ebbing and flowing a little bit. I mean, I just saw Sabolt 91 managed to do a 17.9, which is only pretty much their fastest lap of the race just a few minutes ago, back into the 18.3s. It's sort of ebbing and flowing based on what the traffic is like.
Sam, I'm just having a little look at this right now. Of where Matska managed to get past Scherer and the, say, about 93. I remember I was watching him past the 92.
Oh, that was quite recent, wasn't it?
Yes, up into 4th place down. Now, that car had fallen to 14th, maybe even 15th.
Yeah, and it was mainly the time that they lost as well. I think they were a good 5th of a lap behind the rest of the, or behind the leaders, because they spun, and then they had to wait for their whole class to move past, along with a few LMDHs as well. It was a really precarious place that they were put in, and they were sensible and didn't rejoin into traffic. So this is a challenge. This is a challenge for Manzi Racing Green. I would say that Matska can't run the rest of the race. Matska's going to have to get out at one point. He can't do the remaining stints because there is a fair share rule of, I believe it's 70%. You can't do more than 75% of your team's laps in order to get to the end of the race. So they do need to be cautious of that.
You can't carry. But Sam, you say that even with Alex Bennett in the car, he was still ripping up trees.
Well,
closing that gap down.
I'm not sure if Bennett was closing the gap though. I think it was sort of maintaining, if anything, maybe losing a bit of time. So I think the good news for them is that Bennett was arguably, and I feel like we're really doing Alex Bennett a disservice here because he's a very, very good driver.
Yes.
And has won races on his own merit so far this season. However, I think Bennett and Matska are Bennett's maybe the second best driver. So when Ferrari changes drivers later on, with Sabolt Esports changing around, then maybe that will be a downturn in pace for them, and they'll start making up some more time. So let us know on the chat who you think is going to win that battle.
Sam?
Smoke ahead.
I can answer your question. Curly has been in the chat. Tim is just driving this stint. So there you go.
But is he getting back in the car, Curly? Is that this man? He can't just be driving one stint, is he?
No, because it would be enough for fair share, wouldn't it?
Well, that's all right. There's not a minimum fair share. But if they have 3 drivers,
but then yes, that would then equal out, wouldn't it? It would do.
I don't understand the fair share, but there is a maximum fair share for the drivers to abide by. What's the gap now between race clutch and semi-finals? Coming down a bit now, isn't it? It's 38 seconds. It's very tricky to read too much into the gap because it does change so much. I feel like, again, I'm disrespecting Pearson saying that they're not in the lead fight despite the fact that they're 10 seconds ahead of race clutch. But I feel like Sumi-Fi right now have this one in measure. And so it's most likely going to be something spectacular from race clutch to bring them back in play. As for Race Clutch, they need to decide, do they put Marteau in at the next stop at the 1 hour 30 mark and let him do the second half of the race? I imagine that is what they will be doing.
Just seeing as well, Sam. Just looking at a bit of a look through chat right now, and seeing the BC game guys, you know, mention about obviously how they saw the shameless plug earlier on. They race in another favourites here at Apex Racing TV, the Rickwitech World Series on Tuesday night, broadcast by our good friend of the show, Greg Ginsberg, who commentates from the circuits very, quite often. This circuit, it was during I think it was one of the Ray Esports series. Completely broke him and pointed out to him. We saw it earlier on the track map. Looks exactly like an elephant's head. I know you know that one because I point it out every single time.
That's Tim's second most common
It is.
story when
Second
it
most
comes
common story.
to racing circuits, and the other one, of course, is Alton Park, which fortunately for this series, we don't have to.
Disappointing, Sam, because I can tell you, LMP2, getting one of those and just go hot lapping around Alton
I'd
Park,
be up for it.
full circuit with no chicanes. Oh my gosh, that thing is on. F-U-N.
Yes, I would
Highly
that'd be good
recommend
fun. That'd be really good fun. Sure, esports got back past Manti Racing Green. So, oh no, issue for Tim Masker. Issue for Tim Masker. He has gone off the circuit somewhere. Has he got back onto the circuit?
Yes.
He has, but he's lost
2 places.
5 seconds in the 3 seconds in the meantime. So issues for Tim there, and that's not what he needs when he's already some 25 seconds off the race lead. He needs every second he can find.
Sam, talking of gaps, Bogdan Moldova, Walk Racing Red, an 8-second advantage over Effect 908. It's now 5. And also Dawson has pulled another second or more for Pearson's as well.
This LMP2 battle is so confusing, isn't it? Like, one moment they're pulling away from each other, then they're like getting back close. It seems like Corson Racing and LMP2 have had good pace in the second stint. You know, they've been matching seeds for the most part. The other Chaz as well. So, you know, it went for a 3-way battle, maybe a 5-way battle now once the drivers change round. So yeah, it's still got score.
But Sam, if Dawson catches and passes Moldovan, it doesn't make a blind bit of difference. It does not make a blind bit of difference because Effect will still not win.
Just seeing the replay, by the way, we will show it on the stream in a few minutes' time. But the instant that Manti Racing Green, there was contact, I believe, with Race Clutch, albeit obviously, as I stated earlier on, could be any one of the red LMDH cars in this series. So they did lose about 3 seconds, but I don't think they picked up any damage, at least from it. So could be a penalty potentially coming in for Race Clutch, is what I'm saying, from 3rd position. Keep an eye out for that.
So I don't know. Just looking at it, there's only a 12-second spread across the top 4 in LMP2. How's Pascal Sticks got up his sleeve? I mean, that's what we need to ask. I don't think he's. If we just try and break this down, you know, we're out on court. We're fast approaching halfway through the race. We've got the replay coming in now. We'll come back to my hypothesis in a second. Let's have a look at what happened to Maniti and a bit of a ghost. I don't think there was even contact there, Sam. Our producer Lewis saying it in our ears exactly what I was about to say to you, Sam. It's like he just got a little bit scared, a bit spooked. Like seeing the car there.
I think he was going to go and get alongside. So if he has tried to avoid, I think that's netcode, honestly. I think there would have been contact even without netcode. And I think he's hit the wall there, but I didn't see any damage on the car.
I think he's got away with it. Okay, so let's take a look on board from the car chasing.
There's definitely contact.
Yeah,
so,
that's
I
netcode.
mean, and when I say contact, I mean netcode contact. So
yeah, 'cause it just moves his car out the way. Just it physically just moves it.
I mean, that is a narrow part of the circuit, and that is now 3 times
Sam.
we've seen a driver who should have gone into the wall, not hit the wall.
Curly's been back in the chat. They've now got steering damage because of it.
Oh man, just with that, wow.
They must have clipped the wall then,
So
like you thought.
now I'm trying to think in terms of their strategy. that's really messed them up, hasn't it? That's really, really bad for them, because if they pit now...
Well, yes and no.
But if they pit now, they're going to have to pit again. They're going to have to make an extra pit stop compared to the rest. Unless they go for some mega fuel sake. They'll have to do... or are they all right? I think they went 45 minutes earlier on. Maybe a bit further. They might be all right. They might be all right. We'll see.
Sam, LMP2, Effect and Pure Sims into the pits. Absolute have also come in as well. Delatraz and Walk, they have kept going. Core, they came in the lap prior. Been in, serviced, got back out again. As there they all are, up on the jacks. Getting it all done. And head out once more now. Interesting. Now, I was just having a bit of a look there, Sam. Actually, and the, of course, Effect would have come into the pits beforehand, so that's why I didn't spot them for the jack. So let's have a bit of a look, see how they get on. Where are they going to come out in relation? So, they come out... Let's have a look at this. Pretty much the gap's maintained to where they were previously. I think Core have actually caught a little bit up to Pure Sims.
Haven't they? Yeah.
Which is interesting because pit stop times identical.
Yeah.
500ths of a second longer for Pure Sims. So nothing, absolutely nothing.
Yeah, maybe those special tyres helping them out a bit. Maybe a slightly clearer circuit for sim racing.
Delatraz are in. But
Yes.
Walk carry on.
Yeah, good fuel consumption for Walk. It will help them. Ooh,
Oh,
they've
no.
overshot their pit stall, and
Oh,
again.
no.
Ah, that's so frustrating. Been there a few
And after a
times.
great stint and that beautiful move around the outside at the start.
Changing drivers potentially with Alexander. Maybe Alexander Delatraz actually staying in the car, it seems. So they will continue, and Bogdan Moldovan for Walk Racing Road will need to be a lap ahead of these guys. The track is so short, and I think this time Walk Racing Road will be coming into the pits, and they do.
There you go.
It will
I
stop.
say it's crazy, isn't it? Nearly a whole lap ahead.
Oh, you can see the precision there. He's so tight on the inside. He's trying to shorten the distance as much as possible. Nervous times for Walk Racing. Remember, for the LMP2s, if they win this race, they win the championship. But if Pure Sims win, then they win the championship. And so a lot of pressure for Bogdan, but he's put in an awesome first couple of stints. It looks like he's going to stay in the car as well. He'll do one more stint and then hand over to, I believe, Emmanuel Kachea to take the final hour of the race.
Moldovan generally been the stronger driver.
Moldovan finished second place in the Apex Racing League Prototype Championship
Very true,
earlier
Sam.
on in the season. Kachea did win the amateurs, and I would say Kachea has improved a lot, and that is, you know, I think Bogdan has complimented him on that a lot just in that Prototype Championship. He improved a lot, and of course, as well, Apex Racing League Prototype Championship will be coming back soon. That will be starting in 4 weeks' time. Sign-ups are not open quite yet, but do join the Apex Racing League Discord server. Link to that in the description below in order to see when entries open sooner than everyone else.
With added fun, excitement and drama, Sam, because we've got put the LMP3 in.
Got the NMP3s.
And there'll be the Porsche as well, maybe even the Acura.
Yeah, there's going to be some extra. We've got 3 new cars to the series. Well, 4 new cars compared to the previous one because the Cadillac wasn't in the
It wasn't,
previous
Sam.
season. Also going to be broadcast from the Apex Racing League studio, Apex Racing TV esports studio, apology. Yeah, we'll be pretty mega to watch all that.
Almost Sam is mega. It's using ASUS ARL 10 at stockforcegaming.com. In the link, or just the link down below in the description to get yourself 10% off at Staying Force Gaming.
We'll go through the link and then use that discount code ASUS ARL 10 to get 10% off your order. Whether that's of course the ASUS products that we have available for the drivers. That's the headset or Republic of Gamers headset, keyboard, mouse and mousepad, and also anything else that you want for your PC. Whether you're looking for the best setup possible or you're just looking for a starter setup.
So there it is, Walk Racing Red. Now, let's have a... Hold on a second. Is that a Pure Sims LMP2 ahead of them? Surely not, no, is it?
Maybe a lap down.
No, it's not. It's Alpha Esports Blue. Very similar-ish liveries. You need to have a big, bold livery. Like, well, I know we've just plugged the hell out of them, but let's do it again. Stormforce Gaming, let's head for the Porsche Cup livery.
Genuinely the best livery in Spain.
Yes.
Like, and I'm not even joking.
No.
It's really good. Check out like I think the Porsche Cup, in my opinion, is the best design. But I've seen I've seen images of the IR01.
I've seen the F4 as well.
Yeah. Big fan.
Yeah, I'm not sure if it is as good as Porsche Cup, but I think that just speaks volumes of just how good the Porsche Cup is.
Yeah. You of course do check out the Apex Racing team social media on Instagram, Facebook, and Twitter in order to see those images when they are released. Also, some exciting championships coming up in the world of sim racing. And, well, of course, now in the LMP2s, that's pit stops over and done with then for a while. Everyone has got those pit stops that they need done. And so that order now in the LMP2s is reflective. However, most teams haven't taken their driver swap yet. Core Sim Racing did, though. So Pascal Sticks is out of the Core Sim Racing LMP2 Cup. And now got Sven at the helm. Very evenly matched team. That is. So don't expect them to improve pace. Don't expect them to get any worse, though. I'm not having a go at Sven.
No.
Excellent driver. Honestly, Sven and Pascal, I think they might even be in the Vivo Watch. Yeah, no, they're not. No, that's the other Core Sim Racing team. I'm surprised they picked up a penalty this season, honestly, those two, because they are absolute veterans of Apex Racing League, and they are regularly the cleanest drivers.
And of course, you mentioned about having the winning team for the ASUS Vivo Watch. Any team that's not incurred Stewart's penalty this season, and we will be drawing it live here from the studios after the race. We'll find out who's going to win that beautiful digital watch.
Yeah.
So, like I say, did a smartwatch. Digital watch is something new and invigorating as a youngster. I'm showing my age now.
Yeah, worth 300 quid that watch, so it'll be a very nice prize for whoever wins it. Yeah, that would be pretty cool to do that on stream. Of course, they need to keep it clean to the end of the race. I have been keeping an eye on who's been getting penalties, and I don't believe anyone. I haven't actually had a penalty for a while. Alpha Esports Blue and Delta V Racing #2 were the last teams to get penalties. But none of our Vivo Watch teams who are in our draw have got penalties so far. They've been
Race Clutch?
Well, Race Clutch could get a penalty because they had that incident earlier on.
I've seen it on your spreadsheet, Sam.
It could be under investigation.
It's on the list there, Sam. It's on the list.
Oh, it's not. It's to be decided.
Oh. Bit of drama, bit of trepidation here at the halfway stage of the race. I mean, can you believe it? Hour and 25 gone already, viewers. We come in to the second half of the final race of the season as we ride on board with MA70. Eric Vizzy currently at the helm for them, hunting down GE Sports. We've been in this situation for quite a while now, just following behind them. Not losing and not gaining any time during the traffic. That's the interesting part of it. How they've managed to, maintain that gap. That requires a lot. That's just a skill in itself. Forget about getting past them or trying to make your way through. Just maintaining that constant gap through all this traffic around this circuit is a skill in itself, and we're going to experience a bit of it here through the SSM. This is tight. Going to get held up. Oh, here we go.
Oh, man, that's a mug. That is a mugging you have just seen.
Wow.
Live on there. Well, I don't advocate that type of move, but, wow, that was good, wasn't it?
See, that is the beauty of it. And also, look at that, just in the rear view mirrors at the top of your screen, using the Junkers Hollinger, Mercedes even, as a tactical pawn. And they've said, see you later to Antonio Seguro of GE Sports. Another second clear. Well, what a move as well. They're going to held. Well, I was going to say, going to get held up a little bit here, but look, this gap's going to grow even further. As Sabal and Maniti just hold up the GE Sports team, and watch this gap grow, Sam. Well, I say that actually. Oddly, it looks like he's caught up ever so slightly by about half. So
he managed to get a
quarter of a turn.
Run through the final quarter, a couple of corners. But
Sam,
the Sim Racing LMP2 just moving out in front, and they side their way through. That was close with the 393, not leaving a whole lot of space. And obviously, you were saying how the gap grows, and then in an instant it diminishes again. But you very rarely see LMDHs pass GTDs at that corner. We just saw an LMDH pass an LMDH there. That was, like I said, unlucky.
Sam, You can feel the pressure building inside the cockpit right now, that BMW of MA70 Esports. So we try to make our way through here. Easily done in the end, but just getting held up a little bit. Not being able to make the progress that we want to get it done right now. The hands of Eric Vizzy. Down in towards 11 and 12, has a bit of a look there. Does the Antonio Seguro. Thinks twice about it. Tucks back in again.
Poor exit, really bad exit.
We're going to go right around the outside. Surely not, and shut the door. What a move there. Absolutely beautiful, Sam Fitzpatrick. Love a little move like that. I love it.
They got on the grass a little bit on exit, and that killed their run, but it seemed like they took a while to get up to speed after that as well. So maybe running out of energy deployment, and now Vizzy makes a mistake. So, I mean, what a roller coaster, a couple of laps that was for Eric Vizzy, from being a hero to a bit of a nothing. It's not zero, it's still in play. As Figueroa for race clutch has come into hits, and I assume this isn't for a penalty. I will check to see if they have got a penalty. They have.
Oh,
wow.
nice, Sam.
Well, say bye-bye to an ASUS Vivo watch, because that is race clutch red, the first penalty of the season.
I mean, they've got pretty much a clean sweep of everything else, Sam. They've got at least something for everyone else, surely.
Yeah, that's big disappointment for them. We haven't won a Stormfall Spotlight, to be fair, this season either.
Oh,
I don't
actually.
think any of our race winners in any of the classes have won a Stormfall Spotlight now. I might be wrong with that. But it's genuinely being shared out quite well. Astro Racing are one of the teams who've got a Stormfall Spotlight. One of my favourites back at Watkins Glen.
Effect. LMP2. They won the Stormfall Spotlight at Le Mans, then won it in class at Road America.
Well done.
Finally, I've come in useful once.
No, that's good recollection, Tim. I had forgotten about that.
But it just goes to show, doesn't it? Once having 3 different classes as well, Sam. Across
You're
5
at
races.
the top of your game, Tim.
Wow.
So it's a pleasure to be sat alongside you.
A man in his prime that's got a massive bald spot and is about 30 kilos overweight. But there we go. It costs a lot of money to maintain this physique.
Yeah.
McDonald's isn't cheap these days, I tell you.
Hey.
I'm going to tell you that for free as well. Back to more pressing issues though, Sam. Hinton GTV.
I will defend ourselves. I will just say that there haven't been any moves whilst we talked about absolute pointless stuff. I've had a pit stop though for GE Sports Racing Team. A few of the LMDHs pitting now around this part of the race, which makes sense because we saw the teams come in earlier on lap 40, and so we are now on lap 79. So this is the time, and of course you can see it's 1 hour 30 at the moment out there on the circuit. So we are very much in the ballpark for that second stop in what is obviously, like I said many times, an easy GUI stopper for the LMDH.
And to use a Sam Fitzpatrick analogy, we currently have a bowl of rice.
We currently have a bowl of rice, yeah. Well, it's not a bowl of rice though, is it? Because our timing screens, we're using the SDK Gaming live timing web page, which you can click on using the link in the description below.
And it's in the chat
now
too.
all of our numbers are red rather than white. So it's actually like a bowl of bolognese. Peppers.
Goulash.
Or goulash.
After you've eaten all the meat out of it, enjoy all the goodness, just left the paprika-based
Pit stop
stew.
for Sabre Esports 91 now. Let us know what red food you like the most. And they will drop down a fair few places. They pitted a bit earlier last time, did Sabre Esports 91, and actually they took less fuel than other teams earlier on. Patrick Selva gets in that car, replacing Roberto Ferrari. So change of driver for Sabre Esports 91. Let's see if Selva can continue the fantastic work from Ferrari and finally get that race win for Sabre, which they've been looking for this whole season.
Not the only teams to have driver changes, Sam, Simify, Pure Sims, Race Clutch and MA70 all in LMDH having driver changes right now. Scuderia Valverde, driver change there. There's also GE Sports. Who hasn't had a driver change? And we've got 2 Newmans as well. NetRex and also, of course, sim racing. Different nationalities. I can't think of another series that's had. We've had so many Robins, and now we've broken the record for Newmans.
Yeah, that is very true. I think we've got a couple of replays available.
Let's have a little look. So
I think
let's
this
have a
might
little
be
look.
MA70, the first one. And this
G-Sport.
was the move.
Oh, that's just
Just,
that's so cheeky.
Just
More
went
cheeky than a
themselves.
cheeky Nando's, that one, Sam.
yeah. I mean, this was already a bit of a bold move on the course sim racing car, and then they can see that they're going slow up ahead. And once you get into that position where you're on the inside, there's just nothing that the opponent can do.
Now,
So this was them going onto the grass, and that just killed their exit.
I do wonder, Sam, you said about it at the time, whether they've run out of electrical deployment.
Yeah, because here I thought they were going to accelerate more than they did, but you see how easily that move was made by GE Esports.
Oh, yeah, but it still looked pretty epic, didn't it? Right around the outside, final corner. And maybe, just maybe, that's showcasing what we will see in the race.
Another mention, by the way, of course, for one of our sponsors for this series, Stormforce. And of course, as an official ASUS partner, Stormforce Gaming is dedicated to the pursuit of perfection through creating high-powered gaming PCs with their partners. And powered by ASUS means exclusivity. It means performance, it means technology as a work of art, and why consider anything else? Click the link in our description to see their latest offers at stormforcegaming.co.uk, and of course use that code as you can see on screen, ASUS ARL 10, for 10% off your order.
Well, Sam, we've officially made it. We are over halfway through the race.
It's not long before the end of the season.
It's not, Sam. I'm going to miss this one.
Oh yeah. Hopefully it'll come back in the future. But no, it's been fun.
And I've just been told Mario, Archie Coveney just got fastest lap of the race. He has indeed for RD Simsport,
Low
leading.
Fuel is helping him out right now, it looks like, but this is nice from Archie. He was 3 seconds faster than semi-final last lap.
He was, compared to pure sim, Sam, he was 5 seconds faster. MA70, he was 6 seconds faster. Those MA70 have just come across the line, so that's now to get rid of that.
Am I missing an issue for race clutch at some point? Because they
had obviously that drive-through.
They served their drive-through, of course, didn't they? Yeah, I missed that one.
And then they've come in, taken their stop, had a driver change. Marteau's got in the car. Only up 7 places now, but they had climbed as high as 3rd, hadn't they? So
and of course, once the pit stops are done, I think they're going to gain 1 place. RD will stay ahead of them, though. RD might be ahead of Pure Sims Esports, MDH. What was the gap between RD and Pure Sims beforehand? Actually, no, I think Pure Sims will stay ahead. I think Effect Simulations will get ahead as well. And then, of course, Geeks Energy, Fiercely Forward are off kilter with first.
As his team manager put it, feet of feathers, Jack Wilson. He went 3 laps longer than anyone else at the last round of pit stop. Sam, can he do it again? That is my question to you. Well, he's already. I think he hasn't lost any laps. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, he would go another 3 laps. He's already done a standard.
86 is where he needs to stop on. To go the same distance as last time. Even 85, then it's definitely achievable.
Well, that's close. That's the Alpha Esports blue car. They're all getting stuck now behind. It's not the Manzi Racing Green, is it? It's the Hollinger Mercedes. And look at the 3 wide as well. 3 different classes as well. And that's a bit of a big move. Alpha Esports blue have to hesitate. Either there was contact or they had to turn out of the corner. And they lost a little bit of time, but it could have been a fair bit worse for them. By the way, coming out of the pits was RD Simsport, and they are ahead of Race Clutch, so that drive-through penalty for Race Clutch has promoted RD Simsport up into 6th position. That will turn into 4th position once all the pit stops are complete.
Just on board with Yuri Speckens of Alpha Esports Blue. It's through the chicane and the Fox Factory Bridge. Just looking ahead, because that is the Effect 909, the LMP, sorry, it's got LMP1 there. Been and gone, Timothy, is of course LMDH right now. Just caught up a little bit, just bad. Wasn't hampered too much there by the Maniti when Mercedes. And have they driven there? They haven't stopped yet, so Tim Matsker still in the car, and he's third, Sam. Have I missed something?
Sorry.
Oh, there's a few stops starting to happen on GTD, that's why.
I just looked up, I was looking at my time screen, so it certainly seemed like Speckins was all over the place over the curb, but he seems to be fine. We have had some pit stops in the GTDs. Of course, we did have Sabot 91 who pitted, so they're actually in 4th place on anti-racing group once all that settles out. But they're not far behind Andrea Stefanina, Sabot Esports 93, who they were right on the tail of earlier on. It was just that contact with race clutch which dropped them down. They've got steering damage done, of course, haven't they, anti-racing group? And so they are.
Also, there's a lot. There's been an incident there.
Is that Share Esport?
Oh, Pure Sims? I'm just basing it on the side livery.
Yeah, well, Share Esports with their second incident around that part of the circuit. That's a shame for him. And it seems like they've been made contact with Simufy, we are hearing. Simufy, the LMDH leaders at the moment by 21 seconds. But for how much longer? Could they be getting a penalty as well?
You never quite know, Sam. And are they on the match call ASUS Vivo watch list?
They have already got a penalty earlier on this season.
I mean, at this rate, it could be a very easy draw if they all keep dropping out like that.
We would like that if it was just one team.
I mean, yeah, they're doing the draw live in real time for themselves by incurring penalties in the final round of the season.
If there's no one left, no one deserves the prize. I think that's a fair rule. And we take it instead.
Well, there's one watch, 2 of us.
Yeah.
Do we just...
Well, it depends how big the wrist is, isn't it?
Well, yeah, or that, or we just have a fist fight.
Yeah,
well,
you know, that would be something good on live stream.
Or a thumb of war. Thumb of war. I think that's something proper old school.
Yeah, I think we know what the people want. Well, let us know. He wants us to decide who gets the watch out of me and Tim. That's a nice question. Roberto Ferrari just saying hello in chat. Hello, Roberto, and well done for your first stint. It's looking good for you guys, and do keep us updated with any information as the race goes on.
And also a Dan Lucas from Raul Ontano. As we've got a replay of what happened to Shearer. I'm hearing it in my ears, Sam. Here we go. Let's find out, see how it all panned out. What was the contact? There's race clutch just behind.
Okay, so it's not an easy one to decide. It's not an absolute slam dunk because he's got a bit alongside here and he's never committed to it.
No, it's like Martin. He's committed, then for no, and then just left a bit of it in. Then
that's semi-fine. It's not very.
Oh, sorry, apologies. It's because we've got on our other screen, there are 2 screens here, in live pictures, and it's those damn cursed similar liveries in LMDH. There's race clutch.
So, I mean, big decisions for the Strasmaker. I imagine it will be protested. And so that could be significant for the race lead because a drive-through penalty around here will be losing you 20 seconds or so.
Scherer are now in 9th, Sam, but they are tucked right behind the 2 Save-Out cars, 93 and 92, which we saw swap around a little earlier on. However, they've remained there, still close as ever, but still a lot to win. Now, it was Matska of, even Bennett as well, with Maniti, who was tucked up right behind him. Now it's the turn of Scherer Esports and Hofstadter. There he is, trying to make his way past. Having a bit of a look. Cesar Azzolini is in the car. Oh, Impulse needs the pit stop. They left that very, very late.
Still got a couple more teams to come into the pits. Astro and Manatee still need to come into the pits. So it's just a very early stop for the Sabelts. 1 car. Roll back up to 3rd position now, as it stands. So when you look at those GTD standings, do not trust it too much.
No, at the moment.
Also another quick shout out to ASUS, of course the top sponsor for the series. Massive thanks to them for providing the prizes that we have for this series. It really does, increase the stakes for the drivers out there. And of course, ASUS provide everything from peripherals to phones to hardwares and gaming PCs. ASUS have it covered all for you, so do check out ASUS's range. Of course, we recommend going to Stormforce Gaming because they have a very wide range of ASUS products. But yeah, big thanks to ASUS for helping us out. So when it comes to this series, it's been fantastic to have such a big name on board.
It's lovely prizes.
Real nice prizes. Definitely takes the biscuits for the best prizes we've had.
If there's any match, that's a good question. What's your favourite biscuit?
Here is getting a little bit convoluted now. It's odd how sometimes just everyone can
Just converge all the time.
yeah, one bit of the circuit. So this is course and racing.
Absolutely love commentating on that. Great fun. We have another of our regulars here, a Child Michelle. And it's great fun. And Newman, I remember him being very, very good on the tyres. Sticks was there or thereabouts, you know, taking on the Alcantech. Well, talk about, you know, entering teams and having, you know, 3 or 4 cars potentially. When you think of Save Out and Effect, or you know, or Walk, but those guys had 8 in there, and it was always, you know, them trying to gang up against them. It was fascinating to watch, and great to see these two for Course Sim Racing lighting things up in LMP2 here in the ASUS Apex Racing League Endurance Championship. Just having a bit of a look, Aidan Young into the pits. Fiercely forward, it has not been their day. One car retired back on lap 22, currently on lap 90. And another one taking their pit stop, taking them down to the back of the field in class. In terms of retirements, we've only had one in LMP2, that was No Limit Sim Racing Academy. GTD, then we lost the Mercedes of Neonite on lap 35. On lap 3, we lost the Valkyrie Competition BMW.
Yeah, most of those incidents happening in the early stages, and we've just been having a couple more as time has gone on. By the way, there is a report now protested against Simulator, so watch this space.
We're starting to just fall by the wayside in terms of taking that watch out.
And Saber Esports 91 take the lead of the race, but they are not. That is a very small gap, isn't it? Gosh, what has happened there? The gap between Astray and Saber. Now, Astray were able to take 2 seconds less of fuel. The gap beforehand was, what, about 7 seconds? I
Yeah, about, yeah,
so
it had peaked at 8.
It's not a huge surprise considering that there was a huge difference. There was 10 laps between them taking pit stops, which is about 13 minutes, 14 minutes in those cars. And so, not a huge surprise that Astray have gained time, but it's certainly brought themselves back into play, and they're really due a race win in this season. I don't believe Astray have won a race so far this season. They should have won last time out, but they marginally missed out, and at Le Mans as well.
They were very, very close. Just seeing in the chat, Bogdan Popa, Moldovan Bogdan Crane de la Crane. Absolutely smashing it here tonight is the Romanian in LMP2. 7 seconds clear of Effect, and Andy Dawson just feels like the big bad wolf when he got to the Little Pig's house made of bricks.
Yeah.
He's huffing and puffing as much as he can blow. He cannot blow down the Walk Racing Red House.
He needs a mistake right now, doesn't he? Well, but then at the same time, because they will be changing drivers, those top 3 teams, top 4 teams even, will all be changing drivers at the next LMP2 pit stop. As let's have a replay. This looks like a corner entry, also a pit lane entry potentially, which is always fun, and it sure is. Has someone messed this up?
Aidan Young.
Oh.
Oh.
Well, you can't even get out the wall, it's eating it up. And he's just locked the wheels, hasn't he? Doesn't do a whole lot wrong, honestly. It seems like he's sort of braking in a straight line, but he's just kind of too much speed in, considering maybe the wear of the tyres.
Yeah, in fact, he recessed it to his pit box term. It was in that much trouble. It has not been. You're thinking, you know, obviously combining with Geeks Energy, and you know, bit of a debut. You can just see it ran incredibly well last time out, and that has to whenever he's been in the car. To be fair, they were retire, and actually, yeah, I think that's another retirement to both the Geeks and the Sheffield and forward cars out.
Depends if they've used their fast repair yet.
I think Young has already.
I think you're right. I think those two cars have been in the water bit of, I forget who's been involved in which incidents, but yeah, that car had already been involved in stuff. They might be able to get back out for the last couple of minutes at least and take the checkered flag for the series.
Just doing a little dance. Okay, so it's a little bit out of sync right now. GTD. So Alex Bennett's got back in the car from Leeds. As well, obviously looking at this brilliant battle for 4th, Apollo save out 92, the 93 and Share at Esports, still all on top of one another. Some things don't change, and that's, well, how it has remained. Bennett is 2.5 seconds behind these guys. He needs to get past them yet again, but that feels like to me they've lost a bit of time somewhere. Is it in the pit stops? Maybe, yes. Yeah, so they've lost, I'm guessing due to the driver change, that's what's done it. They were stationary for, what, an extra 4 or 5 seconds?
I don't think
6 seconds.
The driving change though, because that's just done.
No, that is very true.
It's a bit dull in GTD's how the tyres and the fuel are done at the same time, and the gyroscope as well. And so, yeah, there isn't that much strategy when it comes to that stuff. Then it could, I guess, stay in the car.
So, here's, just seeing on screen now, 2 save-out cars. So.
These two are being glued to one another. Ooh, move for Scherer. I think Scherer's there you go, on the right side. Scherer managing to get past.
So on the right, that is the 93 car at the hands of Salvatore Gattuso. On the left side, that's the 92 of Cesar Azzoloni. See, it's interesting, you know, how you see the slightly different styles being employed by these drivers. It's like being from the same team and watching the traffic come through and how it hustles and bustles and having a bit of an understeer and a bit of a cheeky squeeze through there. Comes the, I'm trying to think which one the LMDH that was. It's the...
That one, the Studio Evolved?
Yes. Thank you, Sam. Thank you, Sam. So he gets then past the 92 car.
And Ben is now in this battle as well. Ben's only 7 tenths or 7 behind because of advancing amongst these guys. Also notice the sun is setting in the distance, so we will finish this race just before sunset, so good visibility, but a bit of a petit Le Mans feeling towards this event with mountains coming towards this Georgia side.
We love this. Scenic sunsets. Fierce racing. It's no different whatsoever here in the ASUS Apex Racing League and George Series. It's fast. I just find it so in a weird sort of ASMR type vibe of watching, being in the slow cars and watching the traffic just come past, and how it works its way through, etc. It just, I don't know, something about it.
It is good to watch, yeah. And I mean, I find, perhaps with this event, I remember chatting to Johan Hart about this, and he was saying how this is the trickiest race of the season when it comes to the multi-class element, when it comes to the special events, that is, where it almost feels like a completely different event in this place. Like, you drive even 24-hour events like Le Mans and Daytona, Sebring, and it tends to come down to pace, whereas this place is much more down to the traffic management, and so that's sort of those views of the drivers intermingling with one another between the classes, it's just turned on double at this circuit. And there might be a change now for Share Esport. They're going on a hunt for all the Save-Out Esports cars. They got within a tenth of a second. They weren't quite able to overtake. Now they have overtaken those, so 4th position now is the Share Esport, and we have a poor exit as well for Save-Out Esports 92. So that's good progress being made by Scherer, who have had a couple of setbacks so far in this race, but they are doing well. Talking of Scherer, of course, they did make contact with Simify earlier on, and Simify have got a drive-through penalty. So, see Simify come into the pits, or have they already taken that pit lane penalty? I'm not entirely sure, because their gap is down to 10 seconds.
I would say no.
As if there was the move for Share Esports to get past.
Lovely little move, and it's Fabian Hofstadter, since he's got in the car, started to really rip some trees. Neatsy not able to latch onto the back of the two Sabat cars and dispatch them with such ease like we saw Scherer do, and certainly Bennett did first time around as well.
Yeah, hasn't quite happened, does it?
No, it hasn't worked out for the Brit. Astra had a driver change as well. To be fair, pretty much everybody, didn't they? It's only slightly misleading in some ways, but see Bennett scored back into that Neatsy car. Other than that, everyone else changing drivers at this stage of the race.
So we're trying to figure out if Signify have made their pit stop or their drive-through penalty. Yeah, I think they have. I feel like their gap was much bigger than 8.5 seconds previously. And so, and of course it's only about a 20-second loss, and they're still not serving that drive-through penalty. Usually teams serve it just straight away. They just get it over and done with. Obviously you can try to play it a bit tactically where you're thinking, I've got a clear space in front of me, I'll push a bit longer. But generally they see that penalty and they're just like, yes, take it straight away. But it was a marginal one, Tim. I think we've seen some very, frankly, bad driving from some drivers in moments so far tonight. That one was a close one, but you can absolutely understand why instantly turn 3 was deserved of a penalty.
Sims trying to squeeze their way past the effect down in P2. That's the one that's running down in 8th. The Dutch outfit, Michael Vesta in the car in the 906. He's running the 206 number. So that's the orange wing marks that signify their, Dutch nationality.
Yeah, that's not. Yeah, where are all the Robins? Seeing that we've got Dutch drivers. I mean, there's only Robins out.
There's not. We peaked last time out, Sam.
3 were on circuit at one
4.
time.
Well, yes, we
Do you
did.
think we're on circuit one time and then 4 were? Where's
Yes.
Blair? Guys, where's Robin Blair? The other Robins.
I think it's time for a replay, Sam. And in fact, I've just heard here. We've got not 1 but 2 coming up for you. I get a feeling it has something to do with Scherer getting their way past Sabat. Let's find out together. So here we go. There's the first one picked off down into the chicane. Lovely little move that I guess was past the 93 if Salvatore could do so. And then, 1 lap later, lines it up. Didn't make it at the start. Is it going to be a bit of a bad exit? Yes. Oh, wow. A big tank slapper on the exit there. But Cesar Azzoloni in the 92. So this is going to show on the onboard. Wow, that was nearly close to contact there. Well, dancing with the devil almost there. Fabian Hofstadter gets away with it though. Got away with it. And sometimes it's all about those slim margins. Talking of slim margins, race clutch, well.
Yeah, they're coming back into it, aren't they? This is.
Reckon?
Well, because Signify took their drive-through,
Well,
all of a
true,
sudden the
Sam.
gap's now 20 seconds less. I mean, they weren't going to catch up 40 seconds. But 24? I don't know. They caught by 2 seconds in that last lap. Now, obviously, that's down to traffic on the most part. But this is a three-way battle now again because we need to see if Alejandro can keep up that pace that his teammate produced earlier on. Apparently, there may have been issues for Scherer again. Scherer again, no luck today. I feel bad for them.
It's 1 step forward, 2 steps back, it feels like, for them. I've done some mental maths up. I don't know where the last half an hour's gone, but we're basically reaching the end of hour 2. We're coming inside the final hour of the season. Don't go anywhere. Stick around for this one. It's going to get intriguing, to say the least. It's already getting a little bit loose, a little bit Larry here. As we see Race Clutch trying to make their way past one of the Cadillacs there. That's going to be Scuderia Volpe, I believe. 30 machine. And I'll tell you, just feel like he's struggling against him now. The Cadillacs do tend to be quite good at the higher end compared to the BMWs. Pulls over, lets them through. Oh, hello. Is that Salvatore Casuso just losing a place there? And through goes Alex Bennett of Maniti. Pit stop time in LMP2. You asked for a Robin, Sam. Robin Glaren gets in the Pierre Sims LMP2. Busby into the effect. They're heading out. Game on, last hour. Let's go.
It's got to be the stint of his life now, hasn't it? Walk Racing Red continuing to push on. They have been going further in their stint so far. We're expecting them to probably go one more lap than this, honestly, before having to hand over to Emmanuel Chair to take this championship home for Walk Racing Red. And all Pure Sims can do is just stay as tight as possible. I don't think they're going to catch him in pace, but they are going to be fairly close. So I think we've got to replay what happened to Shearer Esport, and this is another questionable penalty coming up because the 2-2 cuts across a bit, and you can see the 2-2 stuck on the apex, and Shearer having to take to the escape. So again, it's a marginal one. It's not an easy one to decide.
Oh, he had a bit of a tank slapper, Sam. I can't work this one out. Almost need it in a slow-mo, don't you? It's so hard to tell.
I feel like the second one probably isn't a penalty because
Who else can you get?
this is brilliant slow motion.
Yeah, I'm sure that's a bit of yeah, definitely a bit of contact.
But then does the 2-2 do anything wrong there? They're sort of just
No.
sat on the apex and they can't be much tighter than that.
I know, and also the car's fishtailing, squirreling all over the place.
It's a tricky one. That's a typical corner, and you see, I think possibly one of the most common incidents, and you know, we raced in the Porsche Cups on Wednesday the other day, and it's whenever you've got a curved straight, there's always the argument that one driver like takes the curve, and one driver drives straight, and there's always the confusion of which one's correct, because should you be following the track route, or should you, seeing that it's a flat out section, just be going straight and taking like a different line? And that's sort of an example of that.
Well, that's one thing I know for certain, Sam. No messing with Kevin Ellis Jr. He's the firing guy through the region. Says it like it is. Now, sit rep, Sam. LMP2. What is happening? That championship up for grabs. Just see Simplify there. Arcos our leader. Actually, that captain race coach is actually great there, second Sam. Just having a look at that. But let's talk LMP2 as Bogdan Moldovan for Walk Racing Red comes in from the lead. That's going to be a driver change. Moldovan will get out having completed the first 2 hours. Just like we've seen at Effect and Pure Sims. Up on the jacks. And yeah, that's a man who's jumping out of the car. There you go. In walks Emmanuel Pachala.
I said they didn't eat him. I mean, I'd be sweaty palms right now if he's got gloves on. Because that's
Sweaty everything, Sam.
Yeah.
I couldn't cope with that pressure.
Unfortunately, he hasn't got a webcam going on like his teammate did, so we can't see his facial expression. Still stationary, but it's an all good stop. 3.5 seconds, that's what he wanted. And he will come back out on circuit. He's got one more stop to make. He's got an hour to win Walk Racing Red, the championship. Remember, Gacheo managed to take the amateur championship in the Apex Racing League prototype championship, so he knows what it's like to win a title. They also won the team's title that season as well. Of course, that's an individual driver series, but their team did win the title on that occasion. He has got 11 seconds to play with ahead of Effect, but the most important thing is that he's 18 seconds ahead of Robin Gleb. That's the driver who's got to beat in order to win the championship. You can lose to Effect, you can't lose to Pure Sims.
Even though, Sam, let's take Pure Sims out of the equation, and he's got 30 seconds the advantage back to Pascal Sticks, which if he was to finish 4th and Effect were to win LMP2, that's how much time has Effect got to play with, excuse the pun.
Yeah, so
I mean, and yes, you have got Pure Sims into that mix, but hey, you never know what can quite happen. But even so, yeah, it's looking strong. It's, I mean, hey, you never say never. We've seen a lot happen. We've got 57 minutes and a lot can still happen here.
this is the circuit where things can change in a second. So
You save the best till last here, Sam. I'm not a fan of Road Atlanta to drive on. I just can't get on with the place. As a commentator, yeah, it's normally pretty good, but due to multi-class, it's just, it's complex, it's 3D, it evolves constantly, and you've absolutely nailed it here, Sam, because this is, like you say, they've got a 30-second advantage, but as we've seen with Simify, that lead, one penalty, they've lost 20 seconds out of their lead. All of a sudden, it doesn't look too comfortable right now in LMDH.
Yeah, just maintaining that gap, although Race Culture actually lost some more time to the race leaders, so it's not necessarily gaining on that. Let's have a look at the ASUS race updates for all the events which have happened in the past hour or so.
So, race clutch spin there, Sam. Just trying to go right round the outside and just loading the car up and change direction.
Not only did they miss I don't know if we initially saw that one with Shira, or maybe I wasn't paying attention. But yeah, just a slight excursion. Shira, basically on the receiving end of a lot of things, I can say that Shira are back up to 4th position this summer. They've overtaken Sable 93 about 5 times in this race. Manatee were moving along nicely until that contact, and they had slowing down for the rest of the stint. And that has sort of scuppered their progress back. They're currently in 6th place after dropping to last within the first 10 minutes.
Just cleared a path for Shira there to move into. Now, this is on board with MA70, Sam. I mean, that's got to be up there for Stormforce Spotlight for me.
I recommend that team submit that in the Stormforce Spotlight Discord channel, and so it will be considered, and then put out to our social media followers on Twitter and Instagram to vote on their favourite moments.
So it's pure Sims in effect.
That was
wow.
nice. I like it. Oh, I mean, that's got to be up there as well.
Wow.
That's like 3 overtakes, including 1 for position.
So here's Simify. Well, guess what? It's Shira again, and there's the contact, and around they go. Feels that Delatraz just getting a move done for Pete. Corey round the outside. Had RD to contend with there as well as they were making their way through. And this is what we saw just a minute ago, and it's Shira again, the recipients. So unfortunate for them. Let's take stock, so Sam, where we are with our good friends, ASUS, the Republic of Gamers, and Stormforce Gaming. Give a link in the description. Enter the code ASUS ARL 10 for 10% off at Stormforce Gaming. LMDH, Sam. Simify, can they be beaten? That's the question.
Well, the gap's coming back down again. It's down to 22 seconds. Obviously, it's sort of each lap it changes, but like generally, I think that gap is starting to maybe come down a bit.
I just don't see them catching some.
Who do you mean, Kraft or Marto?
Both.
Both, yeah.
Both. I think they're safe on that one.
I'm an optimist. I want to see a good race, and I want to see there be some changes.
Sorry. That drink getting caught there.
Oh, okay, sure, sure.
Hey, should we talk? Oh, you want a logo on screen? I'm being told, actually, you wanted logo. I'll tell you what, there we go. Thank you to BAM. It's buying us a lot of energy drinks. Thanks to their brand new partnership with the Apex Racing team. If you come along to the open day, you'll be able to drink some of these because there are 2 pallets worth, or there were, until the Apex Racing team lot based here at Corby started getting their grubby little mix into them and depleting them. But even then, it's proving a bit of a hard struggle. They need some help. Come along to the open day, book yourself a ticket. Come meet even weirdos like myself and Sam. Well, actually, more like me, not like you.
Thanks.
Yeah, I know. Give him a compliment as well.
That's really nice.
Let LMP2, Sam. Must be just taking 2 seconds out of Walk Racing Red. Again, it's traffic. Can it, I mean, I'm saying that Simify can't be beaten. I think realistically, taking that into account, I don't think Walk Racing Red can be beaten. But even if Effect do pass them, it doesn't matter. Walk Racing Red can still win the championship.
Yeah, it's looking very possible for them. Of course, had some issues so far in this race because Walk Racing Red got a penalty earlier on, right, as well. And yeah, they had to take a drive-through penalty. Apologies, that was race clutch. Walk Racing Red have been able to keep it clean for the entire race so far, and yeah, are pretty much unflappable. They haven't made a single mistake. We haven't seen them make a bad overtake, at least from what I recall. We haven't seen them go off the circuit one time. They were closed in a little bit before the first pit stops, but immediately managed to stretch it out, and they've been able to hold a good lead ever since. And so, yeah, it's looking good for them. But Pure Sims are motoring along nicely, perhaps down to just 15 seconds. I can see this being a bit like Road America, honestly, where we have the top 3 all converge in on the same space at the end.
I mean, yeah, effects are good at their pit strategy. Can't deny that one.
Good news, though, I will say for Walk Racing Red is that they took their pit stop, their second pit stop later than everyone else, 3 laps later, which means that they should be able to take a couple of seconds less fuel later on. So that could be a little bit of a helping hand for them to hold on to
Sam,
that.
we've got them on screen. Let's talk about GTD. There is your leader, the Sabout 91. Patrick Selva in the car at the moment, the Italian, for the Italian team. I mean, realistically, another situation here. I mean, they've just... Jay Cortez is now in the car for Astro in the Mercedes. Having said that, the gap is fluctuating around 6 to 7 seconds, maybe even 8 at times, then come back down again. I just can't see them being beaten. They just seem to be able to maintain that gap. Like locked in, locked on. I think, well, based on this, I'm saying that whoever's leading now is going to win their category.
Yeah, that's not a very good way to get people to tune in for the rest of the
It's
race.
not, Sam. However, knowing what I'm like for cursor commentators, I'm feeling a bit guilty right now.
Yeah, we don't want to give Walk Racing Red a curse either, because this is the season finale of the ASUS Apex Racing League Endurance Championship. Our GTD and our LMDH champions are decided. They're not going to change at all. It's those top 3 currently in the LMP2s which could still change. So that's the real important one. But Simify going for their back-to-back victories, going for second place in the MDH Championship. Saybelt looking to get, I think they might be able to get second place in the championship. I'll have to check that one. Astro currently occupying second place in the championship, I believe. But Saybelt might be able to overhaul them with this race win. Haven't won a race as well so far this season, Saybelt, so it would be very satisfying for them if they can break that duck. And Delachaz as well, I would just say Delachaz super under the radar in GTD, currently running in a comfortable 3rd place. With all the issues for Shearer and Manatee have now just moved up to 5th position as well. Manatee have had their fair share of issues. It's allowed those top 3 to pull away comfortably.
So you can see the gap actually on the track map right now on the right hand side of your screen. I mean, it's not a lot, is it really? It's not even a length of the start-finish straight, which isn't that long here at Michelin Raceway at Atlanta. 50 seconds.
2 hours and 11. And this is just the case. Like, it's pretty incredible how I think they have 6 drivers who regularly take part in the series, these 3 teams, and they're all the same level. It seems there's so little changes. I would say, though, at the moment, it is Robin Graham who's got the momentum. He's got the gap down to just 3 seconds. He's got it down to 12 seconds to Walk Racing. I question why didn't Graham start the race. He usually starts the race. Maybe he got home from work a bit later than normal. But honestly, at the moment, it's difficult to compare because lap times change throughout the race because the track temperature changes. So we can't compare the lap times necessarily. And obviously, we're comparing against drivers at that point, which again isn't very reliable. But it seems like Graham's the faster Pure Sims car. Driver, sorry. Because he's motoring along very nicely. He's bringing himself into contention with 50 minutes to go.
Let us know in the chat, what's your thoughts? Who do you think is going to take away victory and thus the championship here in LMP2? There's a lot of you fans of Effect in there. There's been plenty of support for Walk. Any Pure Sims supporters out there, love to hear from you. Into this closing stages, not just this race, but of the season, the inaugural season. The ASUS Apex Racing League Endurance Championship.
Almost pulling away from an MDH. That was slide for Paul Busby. He is pushing. These guys, of course, will pit in about 10 laps time, I think. Should be able to get to about 2 hours 30. Maybe I think for Walk Racing Red, they should be able to get to 2 hours 35. So they've got a while to go. I'm not expecting any driver changes in their last pit stops as well.
I do wonder with just how hard, certainly, Effect and Pure Sims, Busby and Glare are pushing right now, egging each other along. Is one of them going to make a mistake that's going to cost them dearly? They've got nothing to lose effectively. They may as well give it a go. You never quite know. 8.7 seconds is the gap between Effect and Walk. Sam said that gap had dropped to 2.7 seconds between Pure Sims and Effect. Now grown 4.2. Traffic playing a part. Busby just getting a bit of loose there, stepping the rear end out. As we come down through the S's. MA70 just behind us is Simify. Simify getting caught up there with the Doug Trask BMW. Goes to the inside line. These are crucial moments of the race. They're losing time. Equally, they need to clear this traffic effectively, efficiently, and get the move done. Otherwise, Pure Sims and Glarum is breathing down Busby's neck. But he knows full well that Walk Racing Red at the hands of Gachella will be experiencing similar style problems out there. It's max push. Their sharer thinks about it, backs out of it, will be held up a little bit on the apex. Look for the cut back here. Maximum attack on corner exit, being squeezed a little bit there. Pinched a bit by the sharer. BMW gets through, lives to fight another day. And that gap shrunk. Glarum takes 1.2 seconds out of Busby. Heading through turn 1 now, and we've got 45 minutes coming up for you of this intense action going right down to the wire. And in doing so, well, Glarum stayed the same distance from Gachilla. However, Buzz just moving back within that gap there. And great to have so many in the chat. Tim Morley, of course, owner of Team Effect. Let's go for the W. Well, it's stacked against you. I mean, you can pick up race victory here, potentially. However, the championship, it's going to be really hard. You're going to have some favours and some misfortune for others going in your direction for this to work out. Andre Bogdan Kamradaru, great to have you as the owner of Team Walk Esports for the W. Love that. A bit of competitive there from the two team owners of Walk and Effect. Pure Sims, where are your guys at? We need you in the chat right now to bring the fight back to your rivals here. This is what it's all about. This is why we come to sim racing, folks. A moment like this, excitement and drama. Sometimes you just don't get in the real world of motorsport. I'm getting to do it from the safety and the comfort of your own home. Absolutely spectacular as these guys absolutely push each other. There's the Pure Sims car from second place in LMDH. Coming in right now. Race Clutch, they are in as well in the hands of Marto. The gap, yeah, shrinking a little bit. Simify, they keep going once more. They've been really good on mileage so far this race with Alejandro Ruiz Sanchez in the car, the Spaniard. It's really, carry things on. So they've been going so far for the BMW crew. There they are right now, heading down towards the chicane. So the brakes, they go, and just ahead of them, so that's Junkus Hollinger just in front of us. See if I look to cut underneath them. Bit of a clip of the grass, and oh, bit of a late move there. Nearly catching a bit more grass, once, twice, possibly even 3 times there on the way into the pit, but Roy Sanchez gets in safely, pulls in. He's okay for now. He'll get away with that one. Lives to fight another day. Last thing he needs is a big incident like we saw happen to Ada Young of Fiercely Forward Black. Sadly, the two Fiercely Forward cars, the only retirement so far in LMDH, losing the black car on lap 90, the yellow on lap 22. Only one retirement in LMP2, that was No Limit Sim Racing, lost them on lap 24. Then GTD, Neonite, shame for them, they're really well. Lost them on lap 35, the Mercedes outfit, and the BMW, the Valkyrie competition, all the way back on lap 3. In the LMP2, there is third place, Pure Sims. They're now only 1.2 seconds behind Effect. Traffic not going to the direction of Busby. In Effect, and well, right behind them, it's none of the Pure Sims cars, it's the Cadillac that's currently running third at the hands of Daniel Croft in LMDH. However, Covenant yet to stop. Very good mileage again. the RD Sim Sport car. Stay up to date with how everyone is getting on. Use the link in the chat there. See the description of live timing. See everyone's lap times. Everyone's doing. Pure Sims just squeezing their way through there. Nice little free wide, all three classes. And in the correct order too. Now, my friend Sam Fitzpatrick has just returned for a little visit to the studios, I'm guessing.
No, it was just a little bit of admin for the draw later on. Just making sure that everything was all right and that. But yeah, it's all
Don't
good.
trust my cutting out skills.
No,
I don't blame you.
I don't trust you with a pair of scissors.
Yeah, I was going to say it's dangerous to trust me with a pair of scissors.
No, that is all good at the moment. Of course, yes, I hope I haven't missed anything. Have I?
Effect losing time in traffic has been the big one. As net between them and Pure Sims, overall time between Pure Sims and Walk is not extended, but it's the fact that it slipped backwards, just caught up in bad traffic. Simplifying got a little bit sketchy on the way into the pits. Nothing too bad, though. Nothing too bad. Live to fight another day. It's the Lamborghini just ahead of effects of the Delta V. I've seen too much of that Lamborghini in the race.
No, and when we do see it, we certainly take notice of it, seeing that such an odd sight out there. Of course, we need to see more of the Hurricane on track. I think there's an updated Hurricane in real life, right? Which we haven't quite got.
Yes, it's an Evo 2.
Very much appreciates that one, albeit I do appreciate that. There's a lot of these Evo generations of these cars, and it's tricky to keep them always up to date. But compared to when I started, Tim, in 2016, it's nice to have. In the bad old days, because we had about 3 GT3s and they were all about 5 years after, so now we're much further roster we have now.
McLaren?
It was a fair few. So we had the Z4, the McLaren.
Yes, of course.
The Ford, I think, was a GT2 when I joined, and then they converted it into a GT3 as well about a year afterwards.
Because that was a real
The Audi
success.
R8, I think, was new in
yes, that was
2016
yes.
when I joined. Let us know on chat what was the first GT3 car added for you on sim racing or on iRacing. I think for me it would potentially be the GT3 Ferrari or maybe the Audi. I think the Audi may have been like the first month that I joined potentially.
For me, it was the Lamborghini.
Okay, yeah,
Not coming in.
absolutely.
Maybe that's the idea for a
Youngster you are,
championship.
Tim.
Well, I am. Well, only in terms of my racing career. Really cool, a bunch of a career down at 1300. Wow, bouncing across the curves. Like Skippy the Bush Kangaroo goes Busby. He's pushing it, and that could cause floor damage. He needs to be careful at this stage of the race, Sam Fitzpatrick. Like a bucking bronco across that massive curve on the exit out of 5.
And it's lost him a couple more tenths of a second as well. Lost 4 tenths in the middle part of the lap. And this could be catchable now for Pure Sims. Effect needs something to go ahead. Honestly, if I was Effect, I'd be letting Pure Sims go. I'd be thinking, we're not winning the championship if we stay ahead of Pure Sims. Let Pure Sims go ahead, try to catch up to Walk Racing. And if they take each other out and cause a retirement for each other, that's our best chance of winning the title. So I'd be waving on them on by. Not yet, obviously, they need to get a bit closer, but once they get within a few tenths, I'd be lifting up the thoughts of myself.
2 saveouts, 92 and 93 in GTD in as we ride on board with Ron Glaren from Pure Sims. And that's a little bit of traffic there, Sam. Just enough to give Effect that little bit of breathing space that they could so massively do with at this stage of the race. That's a bit of a helpful sight in front of them. The sister car, who's a little bit further down. However, it's going to be such a comfort release because you bet your bottom dollar that Vesta is going to make it, you know, nothing dodgy, but won't make it easy necessarily for Glaren to get past. As much as he's his feral country and reigning from the land of the tall that is Holland, you know, apparently the highest,
Highest nationality.
Yes, yeah, in terms of average height,
Yes.
people live there.
Yeah.
Very tall, the
It's
Dutch.
really tall. Yeah, and yeah. I've heard about that. They don't do that well though in tall sports, I feel like.
No, they
Like,
don't.
But
Basketball.
you don't think of basketball players as being Dutch.
No.
You think of speed skaters as being Dutch. That's really their speciality. They're absolutely mega at speed skating. Yeah, and I guess footballers as well. Very, very good. By the way, the final few pit stops have been made in the GTD. Well, a few more still got to be made, but Astro Racing just made their last pit stop, and they have come out some 8 seconds behind Sabre Esports 91. So they had a shorter pit stop, did Astro Racing, but they've still got quite a lot to gain on Sabre. Manatee haven't taken their last pit stop yet, so Manatee will drop down around about, well, they'll be behind Delachaz, I think, but they might be ahead of, I think, Core have still got to make a pit stop. Dutch Sim Racing Team Esports, they've still got to make a pit stop. So when they come into the pits, Manatee, they'll be effectively 4th position, maybe.
Just seen those chasing top, second and third in LMP2. Trying to squeeze their way past right now. Pure Sims just tucking back in behind Maniti, looking for the cutback there. James Ibram being in the chat there. It's Chipram Racing. Sister car can knock the Fed being lapped down, so he won't hold them up. Well, no, that is very true. Can't, he won't, however, you know, if it's going to make it side by side through one of the slower corners that could prevent an exit and could just give Busby that extra half a second that he might need, you know, it's one of those things that may happen. See it in real life racing, you know, not saying anything dodgy, not advocating it either, but just talking about, you know, certain ways to do these things, isn't it? And it'll be interesting to see how that one pans out. Half a second, 6/10 now, the gap. Now, interestingly, Sam, though, they are net gaining on Walk Racing Red. As much as they are egging each other on right now,
yeah, they're
pushing each other, they are,
they've gained a little bit.
I mean, 35 seconds to go, it's not enough, realistically.
Yeah, I think that's the mandatory, or the traffic playing a part at the moment, so I'm not sure if it's necessarily Walk Racing Red going slower. 35 minutes to go. It's really getting a bit dark now, overcast as well. The grip will be high at this part of the race. As a little bit of time that lost for Pure Sims. That's how easy it is to lose a second or so. I'm sure they'll gain it back fairly quickly.
Only half a second though, Sam. They've lost there.
Yeah, it could have been a fair bit worse for them.
Could have been. Could have been indeed.
And Pascal Sticks, by the way, so Course Sim Racing got back ahead of Delachaz. Do you know what happened to Delachaz? I don't know if that happened just when I was away for a moment, because Delachaz are quite detached now from the cars ahead.
They are. They've really dropped back. Really dropped back. Down pit stops. So engrossed in this battle for second place right now, as there is the core car. Back to Pure Sims. Hero just desperately trying to hunt down Busby. Again, a bit of traffic, and oh, look at Scherer again ahead of them. These guys seem to be a magnet for all the hotbeds of action. Windscreen wipers on from Robin Glaren. Is that pushing everything being used? There's a couple of cars off there, Sam, in the background. Scherer, one of them.
There was a little bit of time lost for Scuderia Volpi Viola there. I'm not sure if that maybe has something to do with them. Maybe they collided with a GTD car.
In fact, Sam, look, Pure Sims have just lost about another half second to a second, losing lots and lots of time right now. Is that going slow?
Yeah, I think it's just.
I know, it's because, yes, it's Cadillac next to it, that's why. That's why.
So a few pit stops being made in the LMP2 class. It's a spin just ahead of one of the core cars. Like it was over-rotating a bit, I think. There's not a stationary car ahead of us, so I'll assume it got through fine. And yeah, so a few of the LMP2s are coming in, including Effect Simulations 908. So Pure Sims Esports now have a chance to overcut. Now, don't expect Pure Sims Esports to go much further. I think they pitted on the same lap as Effect for their third pit stop of the race. And so I think they're only going to go one lap further. But if they can get track position, that would be a big assistance for them. Obviously, they're not the ones that they're fighting. They're fighting Walk Racing Red, who are still 11 seconds ahead. Whoever wins out of Walk Racing and Pure Sims tonight win the title.
Also got Youngest Hollinger, Core Sim Racing and Dutch Sim Racing team into the pits and GTD Sam. It's their final stop of the race. Beniti yet to stop as well. Surely, yes, they've got to stop again as well, so to watch out for.
Yeah, they'll go down to 4th, since well, I believe 4th at least. They were in quite a tight battle with Saybelt 92, Share Esport, and Saybelt 93, so that should be fairly soon. And that's all done and dusted. And of course, it's not quite been the day for a couple of our main runs. There's just been a few teams, Tim, honestly, who have just been attracted to incidents. So we've had some drivers, or some teams who have been able to keep completely clean. And you've got the likes of Manatee and Scherer, who just seem to have been attracted some questionable driving from other drivers. I mean, the majority of incidents they've been involved in, other teams have been getting penalties for. And so, yeah, that's disappointing for them and largely out of their control.
There for Busby, but catching it in the right time, coming out of the pit lane. And past lots of Delta V there. Sorry, not Delta V, apologies. But just catching it right where you need to. Crucial at this stage of the race. But Pure Sims taking a lot of time. Now they're released, you know, from trying to get past effect. They've net taken some more time out of Walk Racing Red.
Less than 10 seconds now.
Yes,
this is the rate that they need to catching by 7/10 of a second on that.
Right on board with Robin Blair. Surely going to be into the pits this time around. We're going to dart in. No, we're not. We're going again, Sam. Like Daft Punk, we're going one more time.
I guess effect simulations then maybe pits with a bit of fuel to spare in their tank, or maybe under-fueled a bit in their previous stint.
Well, they seem to have been going like a little bit shorter each stint generally. That's how it seemed to be from, you know, from what I was observing, and trying to work around it there, having to get a lighter car across the whole stint and just even out them a little bit that way.
Playing the sector times, and actually, to be fair, there's some pretty good sectors from Effect Simulations 908. So whilst Pure Sims are upping their pace, so too are Effects, but they've got a couple of GTDs in front, no hesitation, straight on the inside.
Oh,
and
buzzing!
just get it stopped. But that's lost them a fair amount of time. They'll do well to get past before the final corner. We'll have to maybe just lift out of the throttle here, and then they can keep it pinned across the start finish straight, using all the front end that they can possibly use in that car as just alongside them. I think that's
Am I 7 in?
no, I think that's Simify. No, it's Race Clutch. Moving fast. What's going on with Race Clutch at the moment? They're now 20 seconds behind, so they are catching still. That gap was as high as, well, the gap was as high as 45 seconds at one point, but Simify got a drive-through penalty, so that obliterated about 20 seconds of it. So Race Clutch have made up 5 seconds in the meantime, but they're certainly not going to catch on pace with the time that is remaining. No difference when it comes to the strategy between these top 3. Really, if anything, it's actually in the Hunter Simify. They managed to go further in the last stint, so should be able to take a marginally shorter pit stop, half a second.
And Sam also, let's not forget, Race Clutch have only had their own drive-through penalty.
Yes, of course. Yeah.
Let's not forget that.
So
and they started at the back of the grid. They've got themselves onto the podium. Realistically, a chance of catching Pure Sims?
Pure Sims are rapid, though. They're
Yes.
just as fast as Race Clutch.
They are, Sam. Having said that, they've just gone, this time around, they've just gone 7/10 faster, but I mean, traffic plays such a large part of it, where the field's so spread out now that...
Also, can Pure Sims get into the pits here if they do want to go into the pits? No, they don't want to go into the pits still. I was getting a bit hairy. I thought they might have to go on the outside of the GTD and then get back into the pits, but we haven't really seen any issues like that. We've seen one driver in it into the wall, Damon Hill style, but that's it.
It's really a pit exit here, very, very treacherous. Yeah, no issues.
I think the guys have just done well, a bit like Daytona, where you can move all the way to the side of the circuit. But these guys have been sensible and just thought, no, the middle of the circuit is enough turn in for turn 2. I'm going to stay in the middle of the circuit just in case there's a car coming out of the pits.
Just protect yourself, isn't it? You know? Damage limitation, mitigating circumstances, all that goodness. I think. Are they? Or effect? No, effect. I think I've lost a couple of seconds. I think come this round of pit stops down, I think Pure Sims come out in front of effect.
Yeah, I think so. I think right now the lap times 7/10 of a second faster that last time round for Pure Sims. They seem to be getting some good traffic at the moment. I'm half surprised they didn't put on this lap, honestly. They will probably be able to get past either way, but yeah, it's going to be pretty good.
I'm going to guess Sam is running SDK Gaming. He's got a mini map up and knows exactly where everyone is on track.
Well, I thought there was a bit of traffic coming up for him, but maybe not. Maybe they know better. Well, their sector times like this time. They lost 7/10 in Sector 1, 2/10 in Sector 2. No, actually, no, it's a bit better for them. They lost 1/10 in Sector 2, apologies. They just crossed the line for that last second in the previous lap. So, yeah, it's not too bad at the moment.
I mean, it just shows how crazy things are, you know. We've done 2 hours, 35 minutes of racing. Oh, a little bit of change. Our top 4 are exactly how they started.
Yes, yeah, and they're quite clear as well. Like, I think actually Cedric Bill, maybe just not quite with the same pace as Alexander Delachas.
I think so.
That might be why they've dropped back rather than like a specific incident that they were involved in. They're actually not that far ahead of Effect Simulations 906 now. So that's about 12 seconds.
Walker in, Sam.
Okay, that's very interesting because Pure Sims pitted earlier than Walk at the last pit stop, and yet this pit stop, Pure Sims have gone further. So that's good news. If they can take a couple of seconds less fuel, then that ticks it down a little bit. You get into 7 seconds and it becomes a bit more realistic.
Also, Manitian from the lead of GTD, although they ran in really, really deep and running off strategy a little bit.
Oh, and I think, so Maniti have got ahead of Delachas. So I honestly thought Maniti were going to stay ahead of Delachas, and it's not going to be by a massive margin, but they are clear. So Manatee up into 3rd position. They had been saving a bit of fuel earlier on. They could take 13 seconds less fuel, and they are now 9 seconds ahead. So that extra distance that they managed to cover promotes them into a podium place. Quite impressive for a team who were in last position after the first lap.
It is, largely thanks to Bennett. It's done a large part of driving. Just credit to what Matt's did in his stint.
Yeah, Masker had a couple of. He had that steering.
Pure Sims are in, Sam. He did, yeah, which destroyed his stint. About half, second half of the stint, certainly. Pure Sims in from the lead of LMP2. This is, I mean, seeing in the chat, Gibber and Racing saying that Pure Sims are ahead. Yeah, I think we're definitely all agreeing to that one.
They'll take less fuel. So the less fuel alone will get effects behind Pure Sims. The question is, what's the gap going to be to Walk Racing Red? Walk Racing Red stationing for 26.2 seconds. Pure Sims now reaching up to 18, 19, and 20 seconds. It should be about 25, I imagine.
It's close. It's going to be close to it. Don't get the route.
25.02. So they're going to be, what, about 7 seconds behind now? With 23 minutes to go.
Do you think as much as that? I'm not sure, Sam. I'm really, really not sure.
Watching
it grow.
Oh, it's a lot less. Oh, we got a game on here.
You have.
Game on for the championship. What a stint from Robin Blair. I don't know how they've made up that much time. That's maybe, I think, so Walk Racing lost 2 seconds in 2.5 seconds in the second sector of that last lap. I think Walk Racing had a slight off or got really badly affected by some traffic. And Pure Sims are 2.5 seconds away from winning this title.
Oh, Sam. All of a sudden, the hairs have stood up on the mouth.
Yeah.
And the back of my neck.
I'm sure they're standing up on as well for Emmanuel Cache.
Just gutted that, I mean, if they get close, I'm still holding it out for effect here, Sam, to come in and have a freeway fight. I mean, they're only
there to you know, bump down Walker an extra position, aren't they?
Yeah.
So if they do have a collision,
they're not a million miles out. 23 seconds after 2 hours and 37 minutes worth of racing, covering our top 4.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. And to be fair to Cole, I think This is pretty much how far off they've been every race win. It seems to be just like a tenth a second a lap, and that adds up to 20 seconds by the end of the race. They really have been in play, but just lacking that little bit of top speed tonight. But it's a straight fight. Going into this round of the championship, Walk Racing Red had a 9-point advantage over Pure Sims Esports. In this series, if you win the race, compared to second position, you get 10 points extra. So if Pure Sims win this race, they win the championship by 1 point. But they very nearly came to an anticlimactic end there, as they almost made contact with one of the red MGHs.
Sam, 1.8 seconds. Pure Sims struggling at this stage of the race at the hands of Emmanuel Coachella.
Well, Coachella's not going to let him pass, is it?
No.
I mean, this is going to be the biggest defence he's put on in his life.
Oh. There's LMP2 cars, especially if you see them in real life, they're tiny. Certainly when you see them against a GTD. And he will make that car as wide as the track. That will seem like the BMW M8 GTE. It'll be a massive chunky boy.
This is going to be big. They're going to get past. That could be very significant, because now watch out for the second place car to be held up. Can they get past before the right-handed S? I think they have been able to get past. Yes, they were. So Pure Sims didn't lose too much time. It's just these tiny factors. It's almost out their hands now, to a certain extent.
Sorry, I'm getting excited, Sam. I'm watching that gap shrink in the live timing. 0.8 seconds is all it is now.
What's going on with Gacheo? He's usually so quick, but 1:11 that last lap. That's nearly 2 seconds off their best after the race, and he's on fresh tyres.
Just maybe just can't quite get switched on. Low track temperatures here for you, 22 degrees Celsius. It's overcast. It's nothing bad in terms of track surface. Just clearly just can't get the car dialed in on this stage of the race.
Oh, that's settled him up a little bit more as well. Pure Sims being able to tuck underneath the GTD. Meanwhile, it was Walk Racing Red who had to move to the outside. And from looking in such a dominant position, there were some 20 seconds clear of Pure Sims earlier on. It was going so well under Moldovan, but Kucher just hasn't had quite the same level of pace. And they are now within passing range. Walk Racing Red needs some traffic right now to help them out in order to win this title.
You do, Sam. I'm just trying to have a quick scan through the other categories. Nothing happening in terms of the podiums. GTD already far apart. Similar story in LMDH. This is what the story is about. It's LMP2, this battle for the lead, and it's 3/10 of a second, Sam Fitzpatrick. Let's go.
This is the run out of this corner. They'll have the GTDs just to complicate matters up ahead as well. But this will be a fantastic launch for Robin Glaren. The gap is down to just 0.2 of a second. They'll take as much off the drop as they possibly can, as it's down to 1/10.5. This is within dive range now for Pure Sims Esports, but they don't go for it. They realise they have a fair few more minutes to get. They've got 20 minutes to get this done. They don't have to get it done now.
They don't, Sam, but the quicker you get it done, the quicker you can get up off the road and get away from Walk Racing Red.
That's confusing.
Oh, wow, yes. Scary moments, a slow-moving GTD. BMW there, having a massive blink too. These two make their way through. Everyone on the light saying, get out of the way. This is a battle for the victory, a battle for the championship in LMP2. And after all this racing, this is what it comes down to, folks. 3/4 of a second, inseparable as we head inside the last 20 minutes.
Perhaps a bit bigger than it was on the last lap, so nice work from Gucher just to keep his nerve. He's performing when he needs to. He now needs, though, 15 perfect laps in order to stay ahead.
Has got it within him, Sam. He's just sandbagged this for the right moment in time. Sadly, Busby just can't seem to close the gap up, because I think these two, the way that they're driving right now, I think there's chance for him to close it up. Just wanting to be there, just to have that freeway right to the very end. So on the right, you look back from Walk Racing Red towards Pure Sims. 1/4 of a second, 2.5 attempts as we head up the hill towards the S's, Sam, and a little bit of traffic just on the horizon there.
So maybe Walk Racing Red can get past. Pure Sims will get past as well, though.
Oh, no!
They're alongside. And
oh,
and what a move for the potential championship in the ASUS Apex Racing League Endurance Series. And that could be decisive as Pure Sims Esports take the lead for the first time in this race.
It caught me so unaware, Sam. I wasn't even expecting to do a move there. It's like the move that we saw much earlier on in the race. Just caught completely and utterly napping. And Coachella just slow off the corner. I thought he might catch it, although Glaren, feeling a bit vulnerable, just moved across a little bit there, trying to break the draft as we head down towards the chicane. But now he's ahead. I think he could be safe for this one. Dives in deeps on the brakes there, does Emmanuel Coachella. Needs to respond fast. But it's half a second already. Glaren pulling away here.
Where's the traffic is what Kache is thinking right now. I've been going through traffic for the past hour, and now, just when I need the guy to be held up, he's got absolutely clear space in front of him. Frustrating for the Romanians.
It's weird how it just ebbs and flows, and the traffic all seems to congregate around one part of the track. From this sort of like stage of the race, you go through phases where lap after lap after lap, you're just constantly being bogged down in traffic, and then all of a sudden you reach that stage and it just all opens up in front of you. You have lap after lap after lap of just clean, plain sailing. And I think Busby in effect have resided to the fact they're going to come third, as they're just dropping off a little bit now. So we've got standing by for you some replays of exactly how it unfolded, of what could be not just the move for the race, but the move for the championship. And that Seatbelt car just, well, Walk Racing Red moved around the outside and maybe just a little bit of understeer and unsettling the car, because it seemed like he just drifted out wide and then slowed right up.
This is the replay that we want to see.
Glaren went, oh, yeah.
It was a mistake, definitely a mistake from Gitcher, and yeah, Glaren was like, well, I've got to take this opportunity. And of course, it was nice for him to get past in that section, a couple of corners for him to pull away. And, oh, look at this, he's now being held up, he'll go for that move again. But
Scherer again, Sam.
Scherer all in the centre of it.
Oh, but there we go, being the gap there, just expanding once more. 1.4 seconds, Sam. Glaren is ahead. He's gone. And I think that is it. And that is the moment, folks. Walk Racing Red potentially lost the championship. We've still got 14 minutes, 20 seconds left on the clock here from Road Atlanta. Wow. I mean, Sam, I mean, it's just all, everything has just come lined up perfectly right now for Glaren.
Yeah, and hopefully now his heart rate is starting to drop a little bit and realises that he's well clear. 2.2 seconds now. Gitcher really struggling for whatever reason. Gitcher's, like I said earlier on, a very, very strong driver. It's been fantastic this season, but and usually fairly even with multiple, but hasn't happened tonight. Doubt it's a tyre thing. I think they've been taking tyres at every stop, just for some reason not having much confidence around this Red Atlanta circuit, or much confidence necessarily with the driving, or maybe with the traffic as well. Quick shout out to ASUS and Stormforce Gaming, and of course thanks to Stormforce Gaming for providing the epic ASUS Vivo Watch 5 for any team who doesn't receive a penalty during the season. And Stormforce, of course, have decades of experience in building everything from high-quality gaming PCs to professional workstations. All their PCs are engineered to maximize performance and deliver outstanding value with every build, no matter your budget. Click the link in the description to see their latest offers and use that code ASUS ARL10 for 10% off your order.
A little bit of traffic once more, but it's advantage Glaren again, Sam. And that gap now grows to 2 seconds. Make it more like 2.1, in fact. Just seeing the background there, Walk Racing Red trying to make their way through. Stuck in that roadblock.
Unusual change, by the way, for the GTDs whilst that was all going on. Astro Racing took an extra pit stop for some reason. They've now come to the pits 4 times. They took a 1-second pit stop, so maybe a faster pair could have been involved in an instant perhaps. So they dropped behind Manatee Racing Green, so Manatee up into 2nd position now, and Della Chaz are back into the podium places. However, Astro are only 19, so it's behind, so that could still swap back. Certainly looks like Astro are a fair bit quicker than Delatraz. So I think they maybe had to, well, it wasn't a driver change because obviously a driver change would take a fair amount of time. So yeah, probably the faster can be the only explanation. Because, again, I don't think it would be a penalty either because a penalty would be a drive thing. So not sure what's gone on there.
No, I'm not sure either, Sam. Not sure. It's going to be fast repair base, but we'll see on track. So for an odd one. It was only 3 laps ago they came in as well. But still chances set half a second behind BMW Delatraz, and Jay Cortez looking to make it 2 Mercedes on the podium as opposed to 2 BMWs. It's all getting a bit fraught up in front of them. It's traffic, but it's all Sam running wide. One of the effect cars there out onto the grass. Affect everyone. They've all kept going on by. Try and work out who that may well have been. I'm not sure. But Sam Walk, they're taking. Sam, something's happened, I think, to Pure Sims. 7 tenths.
Yeah. Are they in this fight? No, they're a little bit further back. I'm not sure what happened there. They were behind Manatee. That's given a little bit of hope for Walk Racing again.
They've lost about 6 or 7 tenths. I'd say actually 7 to 8 tenths, in fact, to Walk Racing Red. Is this still on? 10.5 minutes left, Sam.
Certainly, if anything that we've seen in the last hour and a half, anything to do with it.
Astro are going to pass Delatraz, I think, very, very shortly, Sam, because I'm watching that gap absolutely descend like a stone. 2 tenths, well, as I say that, there we go, it's up to 8 tenths, so actually, what do I know?
That's near the end of the lap as well. They're in quite a big pack of LMP8 and LMP2 cars. See how wide the LMP2s run through that long left-hander. Gives it. Oh, that's a little bit wide as well. Missed the apex, but they managed to slow it down enough. And again, just these nervy moments. That time the GTD moved to the right slightly, and Pure Sims had to be careful not to run into the back. Then they'll lose a bit of time through the tight right-hander, but that's not too bad. And the gap starting to maintain a bit.
Spin in the background.
Now, did Walk make contact there? Walk lost some time themselves. Have Walk just pitched them into a spin?
I would say no here, Sam. Oh, I'm not sure, though. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I think that might be the championship signed and delivered. Unlucky there for Dutch Sim Racing.
Sam, if they get a penalty, let's say hypothetically, they get a drive-through penalty. That's going to cost them, what, 20 seconds? What did you say? In Red Atlanta?
Yes.
They're going to drop behind effect. Could even drop behind core signals, potentially.
Yeah.
Potentially.
Well, I imagine the guys at Pure Sims are currently telling Robin there, it's looking good, mate, because it looks like our main rivals are going to get a penalty. So don't put too much pressure on yourself. He's got 2.8 seconds. I guess they've still got to beat them on track. They can't rely on the penalty being delivered, but that is a big sigh of relief for them, and that's one step closer with just 8 minutes to go. Of course, this is also lining up now. If Walk drop down, especially if they drop behind Core and Pure Sims crash off, maybe Effect could still win the title. It's still alive.
Stranger things have happened, Sam. Stranger things have happened. I mean, I remember at Spa Effect, they were going for the victory or certainly a podium place, and in the last 5 minutes got head off at Stavilo by a GTD, just caught a stray piece of grass and careered across the track into the side of them. No fault of anyone whatsoever, just crazy circumstances. So you can never quite know. Just on board with Astro right now. Jay Cortez, the Romanian, apologies, on board with them. Ahead of us is Delatraz, Antoine Gramain in the car, the Frenchman. Mercedes versus BMW. Played out right now. I know how much certainly our production team will one of these two manufacturers to win more than the other one. However, Tataro's just into the pits. He's just lost a couple of places. The Walk Racing Yellow in P2. Not going to affect things overall at all, but Jealous at 4.6 seconds. I mean, that's definitely heading towards Pure Sims. So we're well inside this last 10 minutes, not only of this race, but of the season. And what has Cortez got here? Sam there, hello. One lesser spotted, affects LMP2. And I think that may well be Busby running in 3rd place.
Yeah,
No, it's not. No, it's not.
That's
Michael Vester running in 6th.
I think they've faced that problem a fair few times with GTDs. I think they've done a brilliant job at avoiding incidents. I honestly didn't think there were going to be that many moves into that right-hander. It's always a big challenge. I mean, I used to drive the Corvette Daytona prototype, which was top 5 greatest cars on iRacing of all time. Shown that retired 5 years ago. And that was always fun to overtake GT3s around that section. And we're seeing it again tonight in these LMP2s and MDHs. There's a little bit of a defensive movement now from Derrick. That was good straight line speed for the Mercedes behind. If they can get a bit closer coming out onto the back straight, that should be an easy move made for them. The Capsules down 0.2 of a second. This is for the final podium spot. By the way, if it ends like this, Sabre Esports will finish 2nd place in the GTD Championship. They will beat Astro Racing. They came into this round tied in 2nd position in the GTD Championship. And so obviously with Sabre beating them at the moment, that would be enough to clinch that runners-up spot to Manitz, who obviously won the round, or won the championship with a round to spare.
Saber's 92 behind them. Just set their personal best lap. I mean, they are 4.6 seconds behind. However, 6 minutes remaining. Highly unlikely, but you never quite know with these two, as they've been so close. Cortez just can't quite get close enough, Sam, but maybe this is the moment. The run down the back straight, the longest stretch on the track. But where the BMW is strongest in that first half of this track, and it's just been just enough for Gremain to just extend that gap up enough to keep the Mercedes behind them of Astro Racing. As again, not quite close enough onto the brakes. That's where the Mercedes is definitely a lot stronger compared to the BMW of Delatraz. As they come round, 5 minutes left. Another lap gone, another lap done. We've got probably, what these guys have got, another 3 or 4 laps remaining. Actually, probably more like 4 to be fair. Let's hit the white flag.
It will be tight actually whether the leaders catch and overtake them. The leaders just crossing the line now. So I think these guys might be the last drivers across the line. I don't think they'll quite be lapped one extra time. So that would be good for us to watch. It would be nice to see these guys probably cross the line on the final lap. Of course, Sabre will be trying to stay on the lead lap as well if they possibly can to give themselves a chance. I say the lead lap, but the current lap down that they are, in order to at least give themselves a chance if something happens to the cars ahead on the final lap. Just going to have a check to see if there's been any penalties handed out. So simulations 906 with a drive-through penalty. I think that's their 2nd drive-through penalty, or maybe that was the 908 earlier on. And Scuderia Volpe Verde also being involved in an incident.
Any changes in terms of teams?
Well, there's a few teams, as we've got side by side, and this could be very significant as Astro nearly got past there. They were on the outside, but they just had to back out a bit, and that has cost them a few tenths of a second. It's going to take them the best part of the rest of the race in order to catch up. In terms of the updates, unfortunately we've had a couple of teams not be able to make it tonight. Arnage Competition and Magic Array. Of course, Race Clutch got a penalty earlier on, so our starting 10 teams are down to just 7 teams now who are still eligible for that prize. And I was just checking the Verde card to see if they were eligible for it. No, it's the Viola card which are eligible for that. So, yes, I was concerned we'd lost another one, but it looks like it's going to be a 7-team shootout for the ASUS Viola.
One of them is involved in that battle. We were just watching there. There is. Well, that's not confusing, is it? And this is why we've been confused all season long. You try and spot those even side by side and at a glance. Which team is which in LMDH right now? Simifi and MA70 just ahead of them. And this means Simify will have lapped everyone. Well, actually, in fact, they've lapped everyone up until including 5th place Delta V Racing. MA70 up 5 places, so they've had a solid run, to be fair.
Bit of a move there from Manatee.
Archie, just nearly contact behind there, Sam. Nearly a bit of contact. But maybe camera angle just deceiving it a little bit. Just looking in the background at what was going on there with as with that whole Astro and Delatraz battle. As Pure Sims, look at them absolutely hurtling that car around.
Still only 2 seconds. Still only 2 seconds. Oh, they've lost a bit of time here.
Sam, I'm looking at Walk Racing Red. They've taken about 2. Well, actually, they've just lost a whole heap there. As I was about to sing praises on them and say how Pure Sims clearly been held up in a bit of traffic. Well, Pure Sims lost about 2 seconds, but then they've just gained a second. Yeah.
Oh, that's a bit tight as well.
Here we go, Sam. Here we go. There's contact. There's contact.
No.
Astro around. And Delatraz, that is it. Done and dusted.
And that's going to be a position game for Sabot 92 as well. Or is it? Maybe Sabot 92 haven't quite been able to get past. No, now they have got past, but it was only marginal. Well, I wonder if that will be investigated post-race. Obviously, we're in the final couple of minutes. They're not going to be able to review it by the checkered flag, but that could be a post-race penalty delivered to one of those teams.
Wow, not the ending that we were hoping for. Definitely drama right to the very end of the season.
Seems like Delatraz are still losing time as well. I think Delatraz got a bit of damage, and Shearer Esport might be able to get past as well.
White flag in the air
is out.
Let's have a quick look at the replay, Sam, there, exactly how it all unfolded. Slow there, and then...
Ooh, they came across a bit to Delatraz. Honestly, I think they tightened up.
And Pure Sims then makes contact with them. Oh, there goes Effect through, squeezing their way past.
That's the Pure Sims MDH, by the way, not the LPT.
Very true.
Winning that championship. But, well, we're in the final lap now, and Simify aren't far away from getting their second race win of the season. What a final couple of rounds it's been from.
Sam, race clutch is right on the back of Pure Sims now, because Pure Sims got held up. There's only 6 attempts between them with half a lap to go for second place. Can they claim one more space? As there goes Simify, going to come home and claim victory here at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta. Congratulations to them. But what is happening for that second place in LMDH and overall? Well, it's too late. Is it too late, Sam? Can they get the move done? No, they can't.
And our LMP2 winners, and surely champions as well, Pure Sims Esports. They had so much to do with an hour to go in the race. They had some 20 seconds to make up on their main championship rivals, but an inspired drive from Robin Glera has got them track position and the points they need to take the title, which if the results stay as they are, and they won't necessarily, but if the results stay as they are, they have won the championship by 1 point.
There's your winner in GTD, the say about 91. Patrick Selva being in that car across the line. Congratulations to BMW. Making it, well, the only BMW on the podium for now. Post-race penalties may play to Astro, preventing 2 Mercedes from being on the podium. Inspired drive, though, by Maniti. Hit out from the lead in the opening minutes here from Road Atlanta. What a recovery drive from Bennett and Matska to get back to second place. Wow, one of the recovery drives we actually got, maybe the recovery drive of the season for me. How can you argue with that one? It's Sean Cranis was saying great effort effect. I mean, gave it a go in the end. Just wasn't quite to be. Stars didn't align for them in LMP2. And well, after scintillating form last time out at Road America, couldn't quite put it together in LMDH, unfortunately. In the end, they come home 8th place. There is your second place finisher, Maniti Racing in the Mercedes.
And of course, they already had the title wrapped up, but that'll be a satisfying way to finish it for them. As you were saying, you know, perhaps the best recovery drive of the season of anyone. There's so much went against them as well. You think if it hadn't have been for all those issues, obviously the lap 1 issue cost them the most, but they had several issues later on, and the LMP2 as well. I think the LMP2s, I think there's a lot of sorts of rivalries being made, but like nice rivalries between the drivers, because we had 5 or 6 teams up there in every single race, constantly battling one another, and I'm sure they will be raring to get back out on circuit with each other in future. As I think maybe our championship winners might be doing some burnouts on the front straight.
That'd be rude not to, wouldn't it, Sam? It'd be rude not to, as they head around. Get that traction control switched off and light them up. Kyotago, Marto. There you go. There you go.
And of course,
Getting it done. Everyone coming along to join the fun, the flash of the lights. End of season donuts all around.
and 5-time champion now is Thiago Mato. No one else has got more than 2 titles, I believe. I think Roberto Ferrari is one of the drivers who has got a couple of titles. Will Redford is another one.
Is Redford not on 3?
I think he's just on 2. I think it's just TC Britson and F4. I'm on 1, obviously. Tim's on 0, but watch out. Watch this space.
The only way is up from that, Sam. The
Yeah.
only way is up, you know. Everyone starts with 0. And technically, I've never entered ARL event.
That's a good point. Yeah, that is a good point.
Who's going to burn out? Well, donut competition. Who's doing the best ones here?
I'm disappointed by the GTDs. They need a quick button to turn off their traction control, and it seems like Sabre are struggling to find it.
Everyone having a bit of a flick. Nobody can quite get them going here. It's walls being found, all sorts, but
That's too narrow.
results being shown for you now. Confirming Simify win in LMDH. Pure Sim race clutch. Look how close it was in the end, Sam. 3 tenths. 3 tenths after that last to first challenge. Well, it was last to third, nearly to second for them. Bloody Sims, what a bit of a tough day at the office for them. Bruised and beaten, but involved in some incidents, but you know, they were there early on. MA70, solid result for them to finish in 9th at the end at 4 places, the second highest position going out behind Race Clutch in LMDH. Let's take a little look into, of course, about retirements. We only had both the fiercely forward cars, Aiden Young, sorry, the black car on lap 90, Beckham Yasir on lap 22 for the yellow car to LMP2. Pure Sims win there, and in doing so secure the championship with an inspired drive by Robin Glaren. Manuel Gocciella for Walk Racing Red in the end. Just didn't cut that final stint, it just didn't work for him. In the end, finished second, Effect third. That's how they finish in the championship as well. 6 in the end, wasn't far behind, but just couldn't quite get it to work. And well, uneventful behind. Only one retirement in LMP2. Conor Gibb retired the No Limit Sim Racing Academy car all the way back on lap 24. Cross into GTD. Great drive from Patrick Selber and Roberto Ferrari in the Sabre 91 car. That didn't really look like not losing it after Maniti got hit out early on by one of the LMDHs in the first pass through. Saw them to descend all the way to the back of the field to then climb all the way back up into second. Alex Bennett doing an epic job for them. Jay Cortez for Astro Racing makes it the second Mercedes on the podium, but I know that's being looked at. Will they keep that? Not sure. If they don't, it means we're going to have 2 BMWs on the podium overall, which could be...
okay, so we have
here
got
we
a decision on the Astro Racing. Oh no, this might be something separate.
Oh.
But they have got a 5-second penalty, have Astro Racing.
So Astro Racing have got a 5-second
I
penalty.
think they were more than 5 seconds ahead. I think
They
that might be a separate
5.6
incident.
seconds, Sam. 5.6 seconds.
Yeah, so I think
So
that might
they're
be
safe.
another incident reported. So watch this space.
Right, so that's not confirmed. If there's more than penalties than 5.6 seconds combined, which they've already got 5 seconds. So if they have a 0.7 second penalty,
Yeah.
you know, that means they'll drop off the podium and save out 92. Amazingly for them, will be promoted after sitting pretty much in 4th and 5th the whole entire race. In terms of retirements there, we lost a little bit more eventful. So Delta V finishing 8 laps down. We lost, who did we lost? SDK, we lost them on lap 118, the BMW. The Mercedes was near night on lap 35. And then Valkyrie competition all the way back on lap 3. Wow, Sam.
Pretty exciting stuff.
It
the
is.
highlight for
Crazy.
that race, definitely the most exciting part, definitely the battle for the LMP2 championship win. I mean, 20 minutes remaining, and we have a change for the lead. And I have done some points as well. Shout out to Extreme Scoring, who have been helping us out with those points throughout the season.
And also your livery management as well, Sam.
Livery management as well, they make it so easy. So yeah, if you are league organising, thoroughly recommend Extreme Scoring to go to them. So top 3 I can confirm. Of course, again, these are like penalties, could still be added, but provisionally, Race Clutch, Simufy, and Geeks Energy Fiercely for Black, the top 3 in the LMDHs. In the LMP2s, Pure Sims at the moment have beaten Walk Racing Red 208 points to 207 points.
Ooh,
could still be a penalty for Walk Racing Red, and so that one might move down a bit. They have got a decent margin over Effect Simulations 908, so I think they will remain in second place even if they get a decent sized penalty. And in the GTDs, we have got Manatee Racing Green beating Save Out Esports and Astro Racing in 3rd position. So congratulations, they'll be winning a fair amount of money, 250 quid for the winners, 150 for 2nd, and 100 for 3rd. Some nice SDK and Apex Racing Academy subscriptions as well, so pretty nice day at the office for them.
Not bad indeed. Not bad indeed, sir. Now I understand, joined by the whole Race Clutch team.
Yes.
Check a little bit of the chats of them. Well, I'm not sure who's going to respond to this, but well, congratulations, guys. Champions in LMDH. I mean, what a season for you.
I mean, yeah, it was a bit of a up and down season, of course. Of course, we won a lot, but also the 2nd round, of course, we got a DNF in a very unfortunate way. But yeah, overall, a very strong season for Race Clutch, and yeah, I'm happy with how it went.
Last to 1st, didn't quite work out. Nearly last to 2nd. What point do you realise, do you know what, was a chance of us finishing 2nd here rather than 3rd?
Well, yeah, when the gap stayed like on 10 seconds stationary, I mean, we knew it was over with like, what, 20 minutes ago, I think. I wasn't really catching. And, well, I knew I had the pace, but traffic didn't really work out. And, well, I think we should be happy with 3rd in the end. And, well, almost 2nd, like you said.
It's so close. I mean, but having said that, I mean, just looking back across the season, any sort of like memorable moments? Your favourite win at all?
Well, guys, I don't know. Peter, maybe you have a favorite week?
Maybe Monza. I think Monza we showed the most dominance. I feel like. I think that went really well. Le Mans also went quite well, but that was more about strategy. I feel like. I think we made really great strategy calls overall through the whole season. So I'm really happy with that. I think there's some more room for improvement to make sure we avoid unnecessary mistakes, even on my side. But overall, I'm really happy with whatever we've done through the whole season. So thank you guys, and thank you guys from Apex as well for organizing the league.
Well, thank you very much for coming up, and well, I'm sure you've definitely given a lot of people a bit of food for thought to go away and question themselves, you know, where they need to improve. Congratulations, that is the Race Clutch crew, the champions in LMDH. The season from them. Sam, I can see you typing furiously in the stewards section.
Oh no, it's not the stewards section.
Okay.
It's fine. It's fine.
We're safe. We're okay?
It's just people want to know the points.
Okay.
So just showing the points.
While you're doing that, Sam, I'm going to have a quick catch up with chat. Manisi JDF, what a job from Alex and Tim. Obviously, Alex Bennett and Tim Matska. What a job. What a job. No questions asked.
Shall we have a chat with them?
If they're standing by, I think it'd be rude not to.
They are with us now. Alex Bennett and Tim Masker now join us. Guys, well, congratulations. You'd already won the title going into this round, but this must still feel like one of the most satisfying results for you this season, considering the start that you had. Talk us through right off, Alex, you know, that incident that put you down the order and with so much to do in the early stages.
Yeah, the first 2 LMDHs went through, and then I saw the P3 was Beckham, and I just thought, okay, he's going to send it. So I left the door open as wide as I possibly could, but I didn't even see the 4th car coming through, and they ran a little deep into the corner and turned us and apologized straight away, so that was all right. But yeah, we didn't have any damage on the car, fortunately, but we were quite a long way down. I think we managed to make our way through the field decently well, but it was tough making progress with the traffic, because every time you would close up to the car ahead, you'd end up getting split up by prototypes, and then you'd have to do it all again. So yeah, that first stint in particular was pretty difficult.
It really was, and it seemed like you guys got involved in a couple of other incidents as well. Like you seem to get unlucky on a couple of occasions, particularly that skim on the wall through the S's section. I believe, Alex, that was, or was it Tim actually? Maybe.
Yeah, it was me.
Talk us through that incident.
So I mean, it's obviously just a very difficult corner for traffic anyway, and I had Luca Alpert, the share guy, and another GTD right behind me. That meant the LMDH, if he was going to make a pass, he needed to make it like on both of us, which is nearly impossible. And I mean, quite fairly, he didn't really pull it off. I didn't really expect him to go in there that late, so I saw him in the mirror. I was aware there was one behind, but as I said, there was another GTD car in between us originally, which he passed. And yeah, I don't know, I wasn't quite sure if he was going to go for the move, and I noticed it quite late. I pulled out, there was some contact, which also gave us some suspension damage on the rear, and then luckily I was able to keep it out of the wall. At least we didn't get any damage, or we didn't get spun, so we didn't have to like rejoin the track unsafely or just wait ages. So the incident itself didn't cost that much time, but the damage resulting from it, yeah, it was like 25 laps, I think, left of the stint, 20 laps after the stint, definitely. That I had to drive with it, like, yeah, crooked steering, and definitely lost quite a bit of time because the balance of the car was really upset. I'm not generally a great driver on this track. Alex was really fast, but with some practice, he managed to get me on a decent pace, and I was just feeling very comfortable when that happened, and obviously that completely ruined my my run on that second stint, because I definitely lost like half a second a lap from that point. So I think with that incident we lost another 12, 13, 14 seconds, including the damage. Yeah, and otherwise I think we would have had great pace, especially Alex, to definitely win this race with a decent gap, I think, as well. So in that sense, it kept it interesting for us, but it was also a little bit annoying that, yeah, we had such a big gap to the leaders and couldn't fight for the win at the end.
Yeah, it would have been amazing if you'd come back from the deficit that you had, and you definitely did demonstrate at times that you had the pace before the damage to really take the challenge to our race leaders. But second place is still a great effort. Of course, the title win this season, fairly comfortable in the end. I think 36 points was the gap, which might be the biggest gap we had in any of our classes. What is next for you guys, for Manatee and for you two in particular? What categories of racing, staying in GTs, and what championships are you taking part in?
We've got a couple teams doing the IVRA pre-qualifying tomorrow, and we already have, I think, 3 cars in for that league, and a couple cars in for the 24-hour series as well. So we've got that coming up. Hopefully there's some more of the ARL Endurance League. I think me and Tim have really enjoyed racing in it. Maybe we'd be able to bring an LMDH into this as well. So yeah, just want to say as well for this season, just thank you very much from all of us to you guys for the effort that's been put into the league. It's been, everything's been really well run. The broadcasts have been excellent. Maybe at times the driving standards have been a little questionable, but I'm not really sure if I'm not really sure that's too much. There's too much you can do about that. I mean, it is the first season of a league, so it kind of goes with the territory.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
Thank you very much. Apologies. Yeah, go ahead, Tim.
I agree with Alex. We're thankful for you hosting this league. I think we all like the Friday evening time slot. It just keeps the weekend free. And the league itself was really fun. The competition in GT3 was really nice, really enjoyable. And yeah, to what Alex mentioned, maybe if there's, we hope there will be another season or more seasons to come, and we would like to field an LMDH as well. The one thing that maybe the organizers could look into is how we can just make sure the GTD races aren't so decided by the LMDH traffic or the LMP traffic in general, because quite a few of the races we had this season, the outcome was heavily impacted by who got killed. And I think also Arnage, for example, they definitely would have given us a good run for the title if they have had a cleaner season, which of course it's also the job of the GTDs to avoid crashes, but maybe we should find a way to penalize the bad moves a bit more, or whatever. But as Alex said, it's first season. I think it was decent for that, and in any league with LMDH and GT3, the pace difference is so big that there will always be scary moves, and it's gonna go wrong sometimes. But overall, we're really looking forward to a new season of this.
Excellent. Well, I'm glad that you guys are so enthusiastic about Season 2. Is there anyone you'd like to give a shout out to before we say goodbye?
Yeah, okay, I thought Alex was gonna go ahead.
Oh, I did my shout outs.
Okay. Shout out to my teammates, then also to the team that has been cheering us on through the whole season. iLivery's making great paint, and yeah, it's just it's nice to see that whenever we have a race, that there's people in our Discord watching us and cheering us on and wanting to know stuff about how it's going. So thank you for those important support messages always.
Awesome. Well, thanks for coming up and having a chat with us, guys, and we really hope to see you back on the channel soon. Unlike many of the other drivers, I'm sure they'd like to win a race or two. But congratulations, guys, for a great season.
Thank you. Thank you for commentating and also hosting the league. It was a pleasure.
Super. Well, that was Alex Bennett and Tim Masker, your championship winners in the GTD category for Manatee Racing. Who else have we got? I think we might be able to have a chat. Well, I mean, we could potentially bring in Nathan Moore and the Walk Racing guys, as long as they're not arguing right now. They are in the chat with one another, but well, in fact, we have Nathan Moore now. So shall we have a chat with our championship winners in the LMP2s?
There we go. Nathan, can you hear us?
Yep, loud and clear.
There we go. We've got you now. Nathan, I mean, congratulations. I mean, a mammoth effort from you guys. Sitting in third for, in second, battling with effect, and then, wow, the uphill struggle to try and claw back that gap that Walk Racing and Bogdan Moldovan just, he looks unbeatable for the first 2 hours of this race. At any point, have you sort of conceded that, do you know what, I think today isn't our day and they're going to win this?
Honestly, in the back of my mind, yeah, I probably did. Yeah, I think we were, still aiming for second place in the race minimum. But then, yeah, when Robin got in the car, he was absolutely flying in that last hour of the race. And then, about maybe 15 minutes into his stint, we realised, okay, there's a possibility here. We could still win this, and that seems to be a theme of our season. Really, we seem to be always, on the comeback, trying to claw back up to the lead. I think Road America last time out was similar. But yeah, we just never gave up the whole season, even right to the very end. And yeah, I still can't believe we won it, actually, because Bogdan in the first 2 hours was untouchable. I think on my good laps I was matching him, but it was the fact that he was able to go an extra lap each time on the fuel. It was crazy. So well done to Walk Racing Red and Effect Simulations as well. It's been a fantastic championship, but delighted to win.
Yes, and we're doing so as well. You've won the championship by 1 point. That's what it's come down to. Congratulations on that one. I mean, say, Robin put in an absolute giga stint that final hour. And, you know, we saw around the pit stops, you gained like an obscene amount of time. Where do you know where that quite came from? Because it left us questioning everything in the studio.
Yeah, we were a bit puzzled as well because we were on the same fuel strat as Effect, I believe, and then Walk Racing Red were going a few laps longer. So yeah, but then I noticed that Effect pit early, so I think they took maybe full fuel. I don't know exactly, but yeah, we just took full fuel every stop, and then, you know, in the last stop just took what we needed, you know, short fill. But yeah, we came out of the pits 2 seconds behind Emmanuel, and we couldn't believe our luck, to be honest. And from there it was game on, and yeah, Robin was excellent. I think his overtake was pretty crazy and scared me a little bit, but yeah, it was a fantastic move from him, and yeah, 1 point, it doesn't get much closer than that, does it? Great stuff.
Well, no, you can't physically get it any closer unless you're tying for points. And I just looking sort of ahead to the future, you know, what's next for yourselves as a team?
Honestly, I wish I could give you an answer on that, but we're not sure yet. I'm sure we'll probably maybe come back here, of course, for season 2, but we don't know what car yet or anything like that. Yeah, it's unfortunately I can't really give you too much of an update on that at the moment. Honestly, unsure, but I'm sure we'll be back in some shape or form.
Oh, well, we'd love to have you back. And before we let you go, Nathan, anyone you're going to give any shout-outs to at all?
Yeah, you guys, of course, for hosting this league and, you know, the broadcast. Really, really appreciate it. And then also my teammates at Pure Sims for all the hard work this season. And my teammate Robin as well for sharing the car all 6 rounds. It's been a great championship. And, yeah, hopefully we can come back next season and do more of the same.
Oh, definitely. Good luck to you and all your endeavours between now and then. That's the Pure Sims team, and Nathan Moore just representing them, your champions in LMP2. Sam, anyone else waiting in the wings for us to, you know, a bit of a chat?
I think so, yeah. I think we can have a chat with Bogdan Moldovan and Karim Adami. Bogdan, really thanks, guys, for popping in and having a chat, because it wasn't the result to the title that you wanted, because unfortunately, in case you haven't seen, missing out on the LMP2 title by 1 point. But man, that was pretty exciting. Must have been pretty cool to be involved in, even if you came out on the wrong end.
Yes, indeed, it was a nice racing all season long, and even we're still really proud in such competition to finish P2 in LMP2, pun intended. So yeah, it was really, we did our hard work, and it was really nice racing, clean racing, and yeah, all good.
Absolutely, yeah. Like it's of all the teams to lose to, I think Pure Sims are very good. Team to lose to such high quality, and yeah, very fair for the majority of the season. Talk us through the race from your perspective, Bogdan. I mean, like, you were absolutely on fire for that first couple of hours, and it just seemed like Emmanuel couldn't quite match your pace in the last hour. I mean, this season you guys have been very evenly matched, but perhaps just Emmanuel just lacking that couple of tenths maybe tonight.
Well, yes, in the first like 3 stints, while I drove, I was like very prepared I did lots of simulation with traffic and also tire management and fuel management. So yeah, and this hard work paid off. And Emmanuel got a bit unlucky with the traffic also, and also with jumping the curbs around here, he struggled a bit. So it was in this round, I think, the round while the discrepancy between us was the biggest, but he gave his best, and I'm really proud of it. We did our best, and that's what matters in the end, and I'm really proud of the team.
Yeah, I mean, like you've mentioned it before, but Emmanuel has improved so much over the course of 2023, and I'm sure he's only going to continue to improve the way that he has done. Karim Adami, of course, from your perspective, that must have been a pretty nervous race to watch on the most part. I mean, what was your heart doing for most of that race? I imagine it was beating quite fast.
everybody. First of all, thank you very much for the broadcast and the championship. Congratulations to Pearsons and every team that participated. Yes, it was. I was driving, I was doing my job, and in the last stint I had to stop. I was like, okay, this is not possible to drive. I need to stop, and it sucks. But coming in with us, we at the start of the championship were like 12th team as iRacing, and for fight for the championship as underdogs. It was awesome, epic for us. Sad that we didn't win, but very happy that we managed and we proved that we can be up front with the big teams and not just among ourselves. So very happy.
Definitely. And I mean, we've got the Apex Racing League Prototype Championship coming back soon. I'm sure you guys are going to be fielding a bunch of drivers for that, if any of last season is anything to go by. But besides that, what else is in store for Walk Racing? I mean, of course you have quite an active YouTube channel as well. I mean, what plans are in place for the team over the next few months?
So the next month is for sobbing and crying, maybe drinking some beer, or in my case, like strong shots. But joking aside, yeah, we love Apex. So we'll see. We take a break. We cannot commit to anything, but we'll definitely be back.
Awesome, that's what we want to hear. Well, before we let you go, guys, is there anyone you'd like to give a shout out to?
Bogdan?
Well, to our sponsors, firstly, who supported us, and also to my friends, family, and Mr. C right here, who helped me gain a lot of time. I mean, like pace and qualifying, and make me a better racing driver.
And I want to quickly shout out you guys for the championships and the broadcast.
Awesome. Well, thank you very much, guys, for being such entertainment throughout the season, and of course, after your championship wins earlier on in the season, I'm sure it's only a matter of time until you'll add to your tally very soon. Thanks for coming and having a chat with us, and hope to see you back on track very soon.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So that was Bogdan Moldovan there and Karamadaru Bogdan having a chat with us for Walk Racing. There is no more interviews, Tim, but there is one more thing to go through. So
it is a bit of quick administrative work, obviously, for the watch. Sam, I cut up very neatly all the names.
We've got to have a check of all.
We have. We can show everyone that's going into the pot. The beautiful pot here. We're going to pop it on top of there so you can all see everyone going in.
I'm going to ask you to put.
Well, first of all,
Core Sim Racing GTD.
Oh, hold on. This could be harder. This one. It's Pure Sims. Are they?
No, you need to go in order. We need to get this right.
Well, you can't just. It'd be easier to tick them off.
Put that one in.
Okay, right. There we go. So look, hold on. There we go. It's going to come out probably. Hey, it comes out the right way around. Yeah. There we go. Look, they're going in. Right. That's the first one. There we go. Folded into the pot.
Okay,
right.
Okay, Delachaz Automotive by DriveX.
Can't you just like tick them off on the list? There we go. Right, there's the next one. In. Delachaz, get it in focus. Yeah, there we go. Next one in. Okay, who's next?
Okay, next one. Delta V Racing number 1.
Delta V Racing number 1. There they are. They're going into the pot.
Don't worry, guys. This isn't going to go on for that much.
No,
it's only a few names.
Yeah, luckily.
Have to watch this too long.
2 hours later.
Okay, then Saber Esports 91.
There we go. There you go. Lovely. Let's get them in. Who is next on the list?
Scuderia Volpi Viola.
Yep, we got them. There they are. Yeah, there we go. Just about in focus. You make that one out. I'm sure you can. Right, they're dropping into the hat.
STK E-Racing.
Yes, there we go. It's getting easier now, isn't it?
Yeah.
Now we've got less teams. There they are. Let's flick them in.
I mean, if FIFA want to take inspiration for this, for next
our
year's
format,
draw, 48 teams in the next World Cup. So, I mean, imagine how long that's going to take by going through this system.
Well,
Pure Sims Esports LMP2.
They take enough time as is. Hold on, someone's cut that shorter. That wasn't me.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Yes, that was a bit of a late addition.
Okay, right, there we go. They're going in.
And then there were a couple of others. That's why we had to put them back in the bowl, by the way, because a couple of teams got penalties or
yes, being Race Clutch Magic out, Race Clutch there. They're out. Magic Arrow.
And Arnage.
So we're going to get rid of them completely.
Okay, so I'll let you... I'm not looking. This is all I was looking a bit there, but I couldn't see anything. Obviously, I was making sure I didn't hit any of them out of the bowl. And that is all good. Okay, so Tim, if you would like to...
Wow, I've got the big honours here. Here we go. Stand by. Right, I've got
the winners of the ASUS Vivo Watch SP.
We ready? I feel we need a drum roll. We got a drum roll on the... Would that come through the broadcast?
That's season 2, Tim.
Oh, that's the upgrade. The winner is... We ready? On it. That's who it is.
Save Up Esports 91.
It is, yes. If it gets in focus, there we go. Eventually, they are the winner of the ASUS Vivo Watch. There it is in all of its glory. Winging to waste to you guys.
I would have been glad to see anyone win in that because they've all been exceptionally clean teams throughout the season. They've all driven exceptionally well.
They have some.
They've all taken part in all the rounds, which is really helpful for us as a league. And so very happy for them to be able to take it. Virai already with 2 Master Cup championships, but I think this is the nicest prize that he's taken home yet.
It is. I think so. I think so. Sadly, Sam. Done.
That is it for the season. It's been a lot of fun. Of course, you've been here for all the rounds. I was helping out with stewarding for the first couple, but then doing commentary for the rest. And it's been a very entertaining season. So I think Road America may be the best race of the season for me, but I think tonight having that battle for the LMP2 championship win, everything that we wanted it to be. Really pleased that it happened as it did, and of course huge thanks to Stormforce Gaming and ASUS for giving us the opportunity to give away these cool prizes and do a cool raffle, and of course the headset later on will be one for a team for the Stormforce Spotlight. Have no idea who that's going to go to already, I must say. And it's been absolutely fantastic to cover it all. Big thanks to them for supporting us, and of course for the last time, link in the description below, click on that. Put in ASUS ARL 10 for 10% discount from your order from Stormforce Gaming.
And on that bombshell, based on everyone said, I want another season of this. Speaking to all the drivers that joined us, they want another season of this, so I'm off to put this man in a headlock and wrestle him into submission to try to start prepping season 2. And to be fair, if it's going to be half as good as season 1, we know we are going to be into a cracker, but endurance racing. You form teams, you form bonds, relationships with not just your teammates, but the people around you. Develop rivalries and also friendships with other teams, people you'd never meet in real life. And that is the beauty of sim racing. That's why we love it. That's why we come and do it. The highs, the lows, absolutely everything. And thank you very much for joining us. I've been Tim Cox with Sam Fitzpatrick. This has been the ASUS ARL Endurance League Season 1. Thank you very much. Good night.